Good morning, students. Welcome to Mulungushi University School of Business Studies. My name is Jara Teresa, Dean School of Business Studies. I have my colleague, Mr. Chilai Mayondi. He's the assistant dean. He will introduce himself at a later stage during the presentation. We would like to conduct a generic orientation for our first year students. I would like to extend my warm welcome to all of you. And if you have any questions or comments, we'd like to get it through the chat. And as we interact, we will try to respond to your comments or questions. So, if you belong to the School of Business Studies and you would like to know who the school administrators are, the key administrators in the school, including myself, are heads of departments. In particular, the one for business studies. Those of you who are going to study accounting and finance or purchasing or general business studies programs will be interacting with Dr. Mia, whose details have been provided. And for those of you who are going to do law, human resource and labor program, you will be interacting with your head of department, with by the name Mr. Clement Kasonde. And as I said, the assistant dean, Mr. Chilai Mayondi, whose contacts have been provided here. And in addition to this, other main administrators in the school, there is also a personal assistant to the dean, to whom you might also have to send some of your queries, any information you need regarding the school, any help you need, you can communicate with all of us, and our contact details are provided. Later on also, you will be given WhatsApp groups, Telegram channels, and others through which we'll be communicating during this semester. So, just as a part of orientation, we've been doing this orientation even for face-to-face learning students. Whenever we receive our first-year students, it's a normal practice. And we'd like to extend the same guidance and caution as a first-year university students, what you need to do. So to begin with, the first thing is to know your school. Now that you are not physically with us and we have to interact online, you need to check the timetable that has been provided, the list of lecturers and names of lecturers who will be taking you through the courses via online are available on our website. I'm aware that you have been exposed and trained on how to use our website, the student information system, the EdRoll, as well as the Moodle learning platform. As a matter of requirement, you need to also know your classmates. Who are your classmates? They will be also going through the same experiences, emotions, and it serves as a safety net. Not only in this year, but even for the other years that are ahead. You need to know your classmates very well. You need to interact with each other. So when you have your online classes, you need to also have a chat specifically. Maybe you can even create a WhatsApp group for yourselves for discussing, creating groups, chatting amongst yourselves in order to have first aid and help certain issues. Some issues might be resolved even by inquiring from your fellow students. So it really pays if you know one another very well. So just take time to know who your fellow first-year students in these particular programs that you are enrolled for. Not necessarily limiting yourselves to the specific program you're doing. You need to know generally students from different backgrounds where you may have to share experiences and understand one another. Now that you are not going to be physically in classroom and you'll be learning online, it requires a very serious organization. If it was face-to-face, you will be required to walk into class, sit in class and learn. In this case, you need to have a self-discipline to follow the timetable that is provided since you are in a room, in your home, and you have to be going to and going out of class. You need to have some kind of organization at the first level. And this would be happening for the entire semester. So if you are not good at, organizing things and planning, you can buy an organizer. I assume you have already a smartphone or a tablet or a laptop. There are apps you can download just to schedule and timetable your activities throughout the day from 8 to 17. And it's also important to know when important activities like assignments, tests are going to be due. As students, okay, if it is face-to-face, you'll be informed, students will be reminding you, even if you have forgotten, you can run into class. But in an online setup, if the time runs out, you have completely lost out. So organization becomes very key. Know your assignments, deadlines, tests, or any other activities that are required from you in good time. And make sure you have a planner that will help you to go through these things smoothly. One key challenge in an online setup, in a virtual setup, is to find an ideal study place. So you are living in a house where every member of the house is around. You've got siblings. Okay, maybe the environment may not be that so conducive for learning. So to avoid distractions, my advice to you is that you share your timetable, your classroom activities, and seek utmost cooperation from other family members so that you are not distracted, your learning is as smooth as possible.
They don't disturb it, stack it.
Okay. So finding an ideal place for your study is very key for your success in these online virtual learning platforms. And as I said, you need utmost cooperation from other family members, and please just share your timetable when you are going into class. You are starting these things for the first time, so it could also come with its own challenges, and one of those, as I said, is the distractions you might be getting from other family members where you will be studying from, and it becomes very key. Even in a face-to-face environment, study places are very key. You need to look for where it is suitable for you to study and do your assignments, your projects, and your research and other required exercises and activities from you. Now, it sounds quite obvious, going to class. So, when in the face-to-face environment where you'll be going to class, sometimes, there is that temptation to avoid early morning classes. Even in the virtual setup, our timetables are in the same line. We start classes as early as 7 hours. And probably even end very late. There could be rescheduled classes. So you need to avoid that temptation that you are going to continue sleeping and avoid, going to class. We have also noticed that sometimes in the virtual classes, since you are not going to be seen, sometimes you can hide your videos and you can just log in and leave it and then do the other things as long as you're noticed that you're online. Besides the learning materials, the attending classes, there are vital information that the lecturers would like to share with students, and you miss out on such important communications and information. Probably the date for a test has been rescheduled, or changes have been done in terms of when the classes have to take place. So it's important that you stick to the timetable as if you are going and walking into a class. Every day you need to practice these aspects of going to class. It's very important. As a key practice, you'll be required to sign in for every lecture. Attendance becomes a key requirement. As a university, we require for someone to write an exam, an attendance of 80%. Whether it's going to be in a virtual classroom or face-to-face, that requirement is going to be required from all of you. So we would insist and require and encourage you to keep attending your classes continuously. If you have a challenge, an issue that could not allow you to attend your classes, seek permission. It's always important to inform and notify your class representative. Okay, if you are not able to reach out to your lecturer, or indeed to the course lecturer, you can also inform your predicaments why you are not able to attend. It's always good to have it on record because that would save you against unnecessary sanctions. Now, goal setting is also very key. We need to be aiming. We need to set targets for ourselves. In this case, this is a university education where you have to earn grades. And you have to work hard to achieve those grades. So start with a target of getting the highest possible, starting with an A+ or 100%. Then you work towards that to achieve that particular A. Equally also failing in a university is possible because you have targeted to do so. You either plan to succeed and achieve the highest scores, or you can otherwise also plan to fail. When you are planning to fail, literally don't attempt anything, don't do your assignment, don't submit them on time. You are doing what failure requires. If you actively participate in class, if you actively do the assignments on time, you submit as per the deadline, you'll be given commensurate to the type of activities you have undertaken. If you have fulfilled all the requirements, you'll definitely be able to achieve your targets. So, the best advice I can give you is you should always aim to score as high as possible. You are not competing with anyone. The competition should be with yourself, with the targets you have set for yourself. And that comes with the issue of taking responsibility for your actions. Sometimes we would like to push, blames to other people. For instance, if you fail to submit your assignment in good time and you waited until the last minute, and in that last minute you are load shedded, power is gone, and you fail to submit your assignments, whom are you going to blame? The power utility company, ZESCO. Power is gone, I did not have power, or I did not have internet. So when we give you assignments or tests, we give you ample notifications in advance. So when you are given a week to do an assignment, it does not necessarily mean you have to do that assignment, submit on the exact due date. You can submit prior to avoid certain inconveniences that come by because of failure to submit in good time. So if you are given a 1 week, a 2 week assignment line or deadline, then you should aim to always do your work early enough so that you don't face any challenges in terms of meeting the requirements for that particular course. We should avoid the blame game. Even if, yes, we know there could be some challenges that would arise in the process, even in writing exams, tests, and assignments, but if we do early preparations, if we are responsible enough, we can avoid all the negative consequences that might arise. So that makes us to become responsible for our actions. Students always know that the assignment is due, but if someone has failed to submit for reasons known to them, that is basically taking responsibility for that particular action. So there is no need to push the responsibility or the blame to someone else for your mistakes. And in this particular environment, virtual learning, you'll be entirely responsible for doing your learning, your assignments, your tests, and everything, because you may not have that face-to-face interaction. And it requires and calls for greater responsibility. Now, Online environment, and basically the issues to do with cutting corners. University is all about learning. If you start postponing, procrastinating on assignments, on projects, on research, or even on reading, the routine reading you are supposed to undertake, then it brings you to a situation where you're now going to undergo a stress. Okay, you may still be able to catch up, you may be able to score and get a pass mark, but it would be under extreme stress. When one is stressed, then it also exposes you to a situation which is going to lead you to maybe copy from your friends or just copy from the internet and post the assignments without even analyzing the content. And these are issues which is considered in an academic environment cheating or plagiarism. In the case of the university, such activities are not tolerated. So the best thing, as I said, is to take adequate time. You plan for your activities, okay, and you prepare for your assignments very well. You do to the best of your knowledge something that is your own work. We would like to encourage students to engage in producing original work of their own. Yes, you may not going to create entirely a new thing, but you need to acknowledge the sources. Avoid cutting the corners. That is basically copying from your friends, your classmates, sharing assignments or any other material that is supposed to be done at an individual level. You should do it as an individual. When it is a group work as well, make sure you participate actively. Active participation in the group is also very important. Sometimes that is how you can learn from one another, in actively participate. If you leave the work to one of the group members alone, then you have not learned from that group activity that's supposed to be a group exercise. So let's avoid pushing things to the last minute where it is going to create stress. When we are stressed, we are bound to commit mistakes, fraud, unintentional or intentionally. And in such circumstances, we might be led to get penalized for that action. And now that we are in an online virtual environment, ICT issues becomes very key in our success. It's a very important tool. You've been being trained on how to use ICT for your learning purposes, and even going forward, beyond school, ICT becomes an essential tool. Future jobs, including this time now, it has become completely tech-based. So we need to become ICT savvy. We need to enhance our skills. Probably at the high school level, you may not have learned as much, but I would like to encourage you, there are a number of free videos, online help tools that you can utilize in upskilling your skills in ICT, instead of also spending our time on internet using it for other unnecessary issues. We can use it for developing our personal skills. Without good ICT skills, probably our success would be very limited, particularly that we are now going entirely virtual. So use it to the best for succeeding in your study. As I said, don't use it to kill your potential. When you are given an assignment, okay, try to read as many resources as possible using the ICT to help you, not for you to copy or lift works of others, without synthesis, without analysis, without acknowledgement. That becomes, again, academically becomes a fraud. And that work will not be considered for as you work if you have not cited properly. So my piece of advice in this regard as part of this orientation is, let's use ICT to the best in a way it could help us to overcome the learning challenges and upskill our knowledge in that area. It will become a very necessary tool. So as a starting point, you have been already oriented on how to log into the student e-learning platform, which is our Moodle platform. You need to log in, check if your profile is correctly captured, navigate through the system to familiarize yourself, and that would be our interaction for this particular semester would be taking place on our e-learning platform. If you have issues with registrations, issues to do with any other things that are going to be requiring school attention, the assistant dean would be talking to those points, and I would like to now invite him at this point to speak to the various programs in the School of Business Studies as well as the activities that take place in the assistant dean's office. Over to you.
Good morning, our new students in the School of Business Studies. As the Dean has said, you are welcome to Mulungushi University, and in particular the School of Business Studies. You are joining a family of very dedicated lecturers, and we are going to do our very best to ensure that you get the most of our services. You are joining the university at a time when we have got serious problems of COVID-19, and therefore we've all had to adjust in terms of trying to move forward with our life, including university education. And so you've paid, as a starting point, you've paid for this education, and therefore you need to treat this journey as serious as if you were physically here. Okay, so I'll be taking you through some of the programs that we have in the School of Business Studies, to which some of you actually do subscribe. And we are also trying to share with you these programs because we take cognizance of the fact that you may have your siblings or other relatives or friends that may have interest to come and join Mulungushi University in the near future. Okay, so under the Department of Business Studies, we have the following programs: Bachelor of Accounting and Finance, Bachelor of Banking and Finance, Bachelor of Commerce, Bachelor of Purchasing and Supply Management, Bachelor of Business Administration and Entrepreneurship. We have the Bachelor of Marketing, the Bachelor of Marketing and Advertising. We also have the Bachelor of Communication in Journalism and the Bachelor of Communication in Public Relations. These are the programs that we have under the undergraduate, category. Of course, we'd have loved to share with you even the master's programs, but we don't think that that is something relevant to you at this stage. So some of you have already subscribed to these programs, and you are going to belong to the Department of Business Studies, which department, as the Dean earlier on indicated, is headed by Dr. Cholwe Muya, whose details were shared with you at the beginning. Okay, we'll move forward. Under the Department of Law, Labor and Human Resource Management, we have the following programs: the Bachelor of Labor and Employment Relations. We have the Bachelor of Arts in Labor and Human Resource Management. This is a double major. We also have the Bachelor of Laws. We have the Bachelor of Arts in Employment and Public Administration. The latest one I've mentioned is not yet running, but it's also a double major kind of program similar to the Bachelor of Arts in Labor and Human Resource Management. We also have, though not stated here, we have the Bachelor of Human Resource Management Studies. So these programs, you find them under the Department of Law, Labor and Human Resource Management, and the department is headed by Mr. Clement Kasonde. Okay, so we would encourage you, depending on whichever program that you've been enrolled on to really take studies very seriously. We know that you are going to undergo a lot of adjustment, the way we are doing things in college, for those of you that are joining with prior qualifications, or the way you used to do things in a secondary school is quite very different the way we do things in the university. So here we are going to be requiring a lot of maturity on your part, a lot of dedication, and as well as seriousness, and try and, as much as possible, to make use of the resources that the school has in terms of staff. We'll be here to support you as school administrators, but even the lecturers body, I think you're joining a school that has got very committed lecturers, and so we'll endeavor to do our best to ensure that you get the most of this journey. Okay, under my office, you will be dealing with me on those issues shown on the screen. Exam concerns, when it comes to maybe, for example, you have a course not showing on the exam timetable. Very soon you'll be writing exams around December, and it's not very far from now. You report such matters to myself. If you have got concerns to do with course registration, for example, you've found that you've got a course that is not supposed to be part of those courses you should do in a given semester, you report such cases to my office, and we should be able to have that corrected as soon as possible, so that you've got the correct courses appearing on your document as well as on your student portal. I think that should be taken quite seriously, issues to do with course registration, because if you do not have correct courses appearing on your student portal or student information system, this will translate into some problems you may come to face when results come out, where, for example, you didn't register for a course, let's say legal process, BLL 111, and for some reason you still attempted the exam, and then when the results come out, you will be unable to see that result on your statement, and you'll be having calls to make here and there. Why? Because your registration was not done properly. So it becomes very crucial, therefore, that as you've done your registration, or as you'll be doing this registration, you ensure that correct courses do appear on your document. Okay, we are also going to be helping you with matters to do with academic counseling. We are calling it academic counseling because we have a counseling unit university-wide which deals with the general issues that affect the student body. But when we talk of academic counseling, we are referring to matters to do with your academic progression. Okay, if you have found that you joined a given program and perhaps your father or mother forced you, for lack of a better term, to join law, and you've got passion to do journalism, we'll be able to sit with you and talk through such issues and see how best we can help each other, and actually do endeavor to even engage your sponsors so that we can come up with a conclusive position, taking their interest into consideration as well as the interest of yourself as a student that is sitting in class and has to do the learning and undergoing the examination. So you'll be able to get such services. But I should also amplify here that you'll also be getting help to do with, for example, you were unwell, and as a result, you were unable to participate in a quiz, you were unable to participate in a test, you were unable to submit an assignment as per given deadline, because matters of deadlines in the university are taken very seriously, because we take this to be part of the discipline process which we are going to be going through. So when you have missed a test, you've missed, submitting an assignment, and for good reasons, for example, you were unwell, so on medical grounds, or you had a funeral, it's understandable, or something of that nature, involved in an accident, it was beyond your making. We do actually take into consideration such concerns and then inform respective course lecturers to give you what we would call a make-up test, or they would give you some more time for you to be able to submit your assignment, and that is part of this academic counseling, so that you do not get to panic and have headaches. Okay? At a time when all things being equal, you happen to graduate within the 4 years period, which I pray is going to be the case with all of you. If you are going to be very dedicated and are not going to be failing, then we expect that within the 4 years, starting from now, you will be able to graduate. So again, my office will be able to attend to issues to do with graduation until that time when you'll be able to get the final product of this business you've started to do with us, your certificate, your degree certificate. Okay. Again, we are also able to give you, some guidelines around study programs. There are instances where maybe you've joined the School of Business Studies in a given program, but as you get exposed around the university, because you're going to be building this, network around the university, your peers, you get to know other people from other programs. So you'll be able to find maybe different interests. You could have joined to do a given program, then you say, no, I want to change. Maybe you want to go to the School of Education, or you want to go to the School of Social Sciences. Again, we'll be able to give you guidance on study programs. So the guidance is important because you could have already spent some time in the university, and so whatever choices you may need to come and make, should the case be regarding options, then we need to tell you that given what you've already done, this is what is possible for you. And we do that to help you not to overstay in the university and realizing the fact that you are paying for the services that the university is giving to you. It's best that you try and do your best to do your studies within a given time frame, and then you get out of the university in that order. So we do give guidance on study programs. Okay, so this is what I needed to share under my office, but I should also add here that the two heads of departments that we mentioned, Dr. Muya for Business Studies, and Mr. Kasonde for the Department of Law, Labor and Human Resource Management, are also able to attend to you on these matters that my office, deals with. So in the event that perhaps you are unable to reach me on my email and or through my line, you will still be able to find an option of another officer in the school that are ready to be of service. And so please, we wish you the best of luck as you embark on your studies at Mulungushi University.
Okay, thank you, the Assistant Dean. And just as a way of wrapping up, you've already been provided with the Telegram group chat for all of you to join. I've also followed through the chat, and I've seen some questions regarding WhatsApp groups for the programs. So in one, probably from today, we'll be creating a WhatsApp groups for each program in our school. And we might have to also create and add the class representatives for each program into the existing class representatives group. That group helps us to bring out issues that requires our attention, particularly concerning learning and teaching. If there is something is not working out, information becomes very key in addressing those challenges and those problems. And I would like to emphasize one particular point. We'll be working over this thing together. It's not like the school, you are part of the family, we work as a team. Any information, feedback you provide will help us to provide with good service to you as well. So, as part of the family, as part of the university, whatever we do, each one of us would either make us succeed or definitely fail. So, if you have an issue that needs our attention, you are free to communicate directly through us, okay? You can directly communicate with your lecturers if it is a classroom issue. If you need an administrative support, as I said, you can always get in touch with us, and you can call us, you can WhatsApp, you can also address your issues, some of the issues, if it is a group issue, through your class rep. Your class reps are very cardinal in communicating and maintaining the link between the lecturer and the students. You can discuss amongst yourselves, then your class rep is able to channel that information to either to the school administration or to the respective course lecturers. As I said, you'll be provided with details of your lectures on the e-learning platform on Moodle, okay, including their contacts, and then WhatsApp links that are going to be created for each course would be posted on the course profiles as well. So I would like to thank you all and work hard. We'll be in this together. Remember, we are a team. We are a family, as I said, and we should be able to address whatever challenges that come by our way. Thank you very much.
Maybe just one.
Okay, so I think we can run through the program and address it. Yeah. Anything else, Victoria?
No other question other than that missing course, so just reassure them it will be added.
Yes, whatever courses that are missing for BCom or any of our school programs definitely will be added. We will run through and see what is missing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, our new students. I want to welcome you to Mulungushi University and specifically the School of Education. I must thank the Dean School of Business Studies for his speech, for his presentation, because whatever he said actually cuts across the entire university. So it does apply to our students in the School of Education as well. Now, the School of Education welcomes you to the teaching profession. And you know that the teaching profession is actually the mother of all professions. All our lawyers pass through teachers. All our doctors pass through teachers. Accountants pass through teachers. So in the School of Education, that is where we actually mold the human mind, or where we mold the human being. So the teaching profession is a very, very important profession, and it's the one profession that you would want to join. But since we're already in our schools, we can remain where we are, but later on, if we feel convinced, we could consider joining the School of Education. Now, the School of Education of Mulungushi University was established in 2015 in order to respond to the needs of the country in the education sector. And from that time, the school has grown and has been able to produce quality graduate teachers for the secondary sector. And these are teachers who can teach both at home and they can teach anywhere else in the world because they are trained, properly trained. What are some of the programs that we offer at the School of Education? The first one is the Bachelor of Arts with Education in the following fields. We have English, civic education, religious education, geography, history, French, Chinese, and physical education. So a student who gets into this program is free to choose any two of these as teaching subjects. But of course, in addition to the two teaching subjects, let's say you choose English and civic education, you also be expected to take education subjects, such as education psychology, which my colleague will talk about later, and management, curriculum studies, and so on and so forth. Then we also have things to consider when you take this program. What are the employment prospects? What are the employment opportunities apart from just becoming a teacher in a secondary school? You can work in a museum. You can become an interpreter. I believe you've seen that many teachers are called upon to be interpreters in various sectors of life. You can become a writer. You can become a journalist. We know so many journalists who have a teaching background. And you can also do many other teaching. You know, sometimes teaching could just be a stepping stone, but the training that you go through as a teacher would enable you to do many other things in life. We have another program called the Bachelor of Science with Education. This is where we train teachers of mathematics, biology, physics, chemistry, and agricultural science. So apart from working as a teacher of science and mathematics in a school, you can lecture in a trades training school, you can lecture in a college of agriculture, or you can work in an industry because of the skills that you have gained in science. And depending on how hard you work in any field, in any of these programs that we give you, you can also work as a university lecturer later on when you upgrade your studies. We have Bachelor of Commerce with Education, which we offer in conjunction with the School of Education, with the School of Business Studies. And this will enable you to teach business studies in secondary schools. It also enable you to lecture in a trades training institute. We have a Bachelor of Business Studies or Bachelor of Business Administration and Entrepreneurship with Education. It is similar to the other program that you just mentioned, and it also enables you to become a teacher of business studies in a secondary school. But also, you can become a lecturer in a trades training institute or become an entrepreneur. But you can also become a business consultant. I think we have seen many consultants who have a teaching background. Then ICT with education. We have ICT which has just been introduced in our schools, secondary schools, and probably very soon even some primary schools. And this enables you to train as a teacher of ICT in a secondary school, but you can work anywhere else, even in the industry, in companies. This training will allow you to do that. Still science-oriented, we have Bachelor of Mathematics and ICT with Education. This one combines the other two programs we've looked at, that is a Bachelor of Mathematics with Education and also a Bachelor of ICT with Education. And the employment opportunities are basically the same. We have also introduced the Bachelor of Primary Education, where we train teachers who are going to teach in the primary schools, but also will be able to teach in colleges of education which offer primary qualifications for primary school teachers. It is a big joy to be associated with this program because this is the foundation of all education, and these are the people who are going to work as teachers or as teacher trainers. It may be late for you if you are inspired to become a teacher. It may be too late for now, but it may not be too late, because just in case after this short chat you feel that you really have a passion for teaching and you really have a passion to work with pupils or students, you are welcome to the School of Education. It's simple. Just get in touch with your sponsor and discuss with them. If they allow you to join the School of Education, you are more than welcome. I deliberately didn't introduce my colleagues here. I have Mr. Sagakombe, who is also a veteran in the School of Education, and for a long time has worked as assistant dean. And we also have Ms. Monga, who has also been one of the pioneers actually of the School of Education. And so in case you have any challenges, you can contact any of these. But my name is Kaira Gift. I'm the acting dean. Our assistant dean is not with us, but whatever queries you may have for now can be directed to the former assistant dean, Mr. Leonard Sagakombe. So for now, I'll allow my colleagues to say one or two things that may be of help to you.
Thank you very much, Dean. Like the Dean has mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, I've been the Assistant Dean for the School of Education from 2015 till end of July. Now, the School of Education mainly has two departments. There's the Department of Languages, Social and Natural Science Education, which is headed by Dr. Mufuzi, who is not with us here. The contacts for Dr. Mufuzi, 0977 613626. 0977 613626. Then the current Assistant Dean for the School of Education, Mrs. Mwansa, the contact is 0979 229367. 0979 229367. So for queries regarding course registration, combinations, programs that are offered in the school, you can contact the two members of staff whose names I've just mentioned. Now, the uniqueness of the programs that are offered in the School of Education compared with other universities around or colleges and other learning institutions is that for each program that we have, there is a component of ICT. The Dean did mention that ICT is trending now. You cannot succeed if you don't have any knowledge in ICT. So we ensure that all the programs that we offer have that component of ICT. There's a course ICT 132, which our colleagues from the School of Science, Engineering and Technology offer to our students. So all students in the School of Education at first year level, semester 2, you'll be required to do that ICT course. So it gives you an advantage over other students in other higher learning institutions. Other than that, we also have a course in entrepreneurship, which is offered from our colleagues in the School of Business Studies. And this entrepreneurship enables you to ensure that you understand the economic trends of the nation, and also owing to the fact that globally the employment market is shrinking, you may have to have an opportunity to create your own employment. And this is what the government and also other international organizations are emphasizing. We need to create entrepreneurs out there in view of the shrinking job market. So you realize that these programs that we offer are quite unique compared to other institutions of learning in the country. And also, training in the School of Education gives you an added advantage. Of late, with the coming in of the Higher Education Authority, whoever wants to teach in a college, university, or any institution is required to have a training in teaching methodology. So when you have already trained as a teacher, you are exempted from pursuing this teaching methodology qualification because you've already been trained in all the education components. I come from the education department, and the courses that we offer will beg you to become a fully fledged teacher who will be sought out after in the nation of Zambia and also globally. So the courses that we have include educational psychology, sociology of education, special needs education, guidance and counseling. We also have teaching methodology courses. We have educational management and administration, educational research, educational measurement and evaluation. We also have comprehensive sexuality education. So you realize that all these courses that I've mentioned go to shape you into an effective teacher out there. With these few remarks, I think I'll hand back to the Dean. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any word for our new students?
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our new students to the School of Education. As the former Assistant Dean has said, and the Dean as well, we are looking forward to working with you beginning now. It's a happy and good journey which you are beginning with us. They have already told you I'm Miss Mwanga, one of the veterans of the School of Education. And we are there for you. And we think and hope that you're going to enjoy being with us. For those of you who are now considering maybe changing schools, you are most welcome to the School of Education. It's a school where the lecturers are well trained, as others have already said. More so, we deal with the human mind. We don't deal with machines. We deal with the human machines. And so we do, as the Assistant Dean has said, educational psychology, which helps us understand you, understand your background, understand the problems that you may have, and be able to work with you in whichever situation you find yourself. So you will find in the School of Education educators, you will find mothers, you will find fathers. Of course, we are not there that you cry, but we'll give you a shoulder to cry, but with the intention that after crying, you're going to be a graduate in 4 years' time. So you should feel very welcome. We try to be friendly because we know with the COVID-19, things are not easy. And we will understand you in that situation. And you know, once you're a teacher, you have many avenues opened to you. You will have, if you find yourself in the village, people will call upon you. Even in a compound, people will always look up to a teacher to save the situation. So you are going to be trained in all those skills, and you won't have to think. You will just find yourself saving the people of Zambia, saving the nation. So I'm more inclined to languages. I'm coming from the department where languages are offered, and I think the dean already mentioned that we have languages like English. We have within the English program, we have literature, English literature. We have Zambian languages. We have Chinese. We have French. We are hoping that you can come and do one of these languages. After all, who can survive without language? Language is the source of, or the carrier of who you are. Your identity is equal to your language. So I just want to welcome you most sincerely to our school. Feel at home, and I know you are in the new normal. It's not so easy, but you have seen us, you have heard us. Feel free to call anytime, of course not at night, anytime during the day. We'll be able to attend to you because you are now our business, and I think we are your business. Most welcome to Mulungushi University School of Education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we conclude, just want to say one thing to you or our students, whether in education or not, that university is one place where you have a lot of freedom and you can do anything you want with this freedom. But you must remember that this freedom can build you up, but at the same time, this freedom can lead to your downfall in life. So I want to urge all of you to use this freedom wisely, use this freedom in order to arrive at success. With these few remarks, where I want to employ you to use this freedom for success, I want to say welcome to Mulungushi University and welcome to the School of Education. Thank you.
Well, good morning to all the students of Mulungushi University, the first year students. And it is my honor to warmly welcome you to the School of Social Sciences of the university. And I reiterate and associate the school to the warm and positive sentiments that have been expressed by previous speakers. They are the deans who spoke before me. My name is Mulikita. I am the Dean of the School of Social Sciences, been in this post since 2017. And you can see my phone number is 0955019242. There's an error there, but we'll correct it. So the number is 0955019242. So once again, I warmly welcome you to the school, one of the oldest schools in the university. Was established at around the time that the university was set up. So we've had more than a decade of experience in running our programs, our academic programs. Important information that should be made available to you is the administrative committee in the school, the main, the key administrators who work with me to deliver our academic teaching programs. Mr. James Mulenga is the head of department, the Department of Economics, and his number is 0977596440. He ought to have been here, but he can't because of a competing meeting in the school, but I'm sure in the course of time you will get to know him. Mr. Jacob Sichone is the head of the Department of Social Development Studies, and his number is 0971983678. Mr. Blessing Mataka is the head of department of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, and his number is 0973196541. Assistant Dean in the school, with whom I work very closely, is Mr. Yordanos Gebre Meskel, and his number is 0979543053. Madam Pauline Tembo is the personal assistant to the Dean of the school, and she's the secretary to the school. And her number is 0977236318. So this gives you a sense of the people, the personalities who are involved in running the school. Basic things I think for you as you come in is it's very important that you get to know your school, your lecturers, and that you master the timetable. You need to know where and when a certain course will be taught. Secondly, I think it's important for you to get to know your classmates, most of whom are going through similar experiences and emotions, and they become your main safety net, not only as you begin your studies, but in the years that will come, the years ahead. So obviously you need friendships, you need solidarity to work together, exchange notes, share experiences. And even if you haven't met physically, I think you can, because of the current situation we're in, you can take your time to get to know your fellow first year classmates. It's very important to work within a community, to have solidarity, to have friendship with colleagues who are doing the same course. And also, get organized. In secondary school, the teachers led you through all the homework and through all the
the exercises. But in a university like the Dean of the School of Education correctly pointed out, you're on your own, okay? And you're basically on your own. You have a lot of freedom. And your lecturers will post assignments to you for the entire semester. And they expect you to be prepared. So therefore, to enable you to respond effectively to this new context, this new environment, you should acquire perhaps an organizer, a smartphone, obviously. I presume most of you have these smartphones. This is the fashion in the 21st century. A tablet or a laptop, whatever is necessary for you to know when your assignments are due. It's very important for you to know. It's not good enough to simply say to the lecturer or the professor that I didn't know. It won't do in a university. That reason will not stand. And then find the ideal place for you to study, find a place that works best for you to get your work done, and avoid distractions, to the greatest extent possible. You need a serene atmosphere, a place wherein you feel you're comfortable, where you can study without distractions. And also, obviously, you have to seek understanding and cooperation from other family members, your parents, your siblings, your associates. Yeah. So you need to find an ideal place to study. You obviously can't study when there is a lot of noise and commotion going on. You need to find a place where you can find serenity, quietude, tranquility. That's very important. Yeah. And going to class is your most important duty. But sometimes, there may be a human tendency to oversleep and to miss classes, particularly those that come very early. Yeah, avoid this temptation. It's not a good habit. You see, because university is not just a place for academic training. It's also a place to build your character. What kind of human being are you? What kind of values do you subscribe to? So avoid this temptation of missing class and taking things very easily. You've got to take things very seriously, your studies very seriously, because your parents, your guardians are making an enormous sacrifice to bring you to university. Over the last 20 years, particularly in Africa, the cost of university education has skyrocketed. So if you find yourself doing university training, you must consider yourself extremely privileged. And you need to prove yourself worthy of the trust and the sacrifice of your parents and your guardians. Very important. Besides learning the material, through attending classes, you'll also receive vital information from lecturers. Excuse me, to shut down this phone. Oh dear. God. Yeah. So I just talked about distractions. That's a classic example. I'm giving an important statement and I'm getting all these phone calls. Distractions that I talked about. Yeah. So, you will receive vital information from staff members about what to expect on tests, changes in due dates, and so forth and so on. And this applies to virtual classes. So you've got to stay on top of things. You've got to ensure that you're up to speed with the information that you receive from your lecturers, staff members. And strive for good results, for good grades. Set goals for yourself. Be ambitious, all right? And then make sure you work hard, studiously, diligently towards these grades. Apart from academic training, this is character training because it teaches you to set goals for yourself, to be focused. Yeah. to strive conscientiously to deliver good results. That's very important. And that's what we expect from you, the staff, the lecturers, so forth and so on. And take responsibility for yourself and your actions. This is character, your character. Don't shift the blame to others for your own weaknesses and shortcomings. Own up to them courageously and move on. Being an adult means taking responsibility for everything that happens to you. You can't say, oh, it was the lecturer, oh, it was my father, oh, it was because, my friends, misled me. That's not good enough. You have to take responsibility. Yeah. This is a moral test. You're building your character too. All right. And university is all about learning, obviously. You may memorize, but you may still not do, and you may do well in tests, but you will learn very little. And memorizing doesn't prepare you for the real tests in life. Because what we expect of you is to learn and be able to constructively and practically apply this knowledge to real life challenges and situations. You'll never have all the answers in front of you, but your training ought to prepare you to be able to deal sensibly with the intractable challenges that you face when you have exited the university. And this point has been made by previous speakers. ICT is very important. So use it in order to succeed in your study. I don't think you can succeed today if you're not ICT savvy, if you're not computer literate, and if you can't use all these modalities these online modalities, particularly now when we have this grave humanitarian problem, COVID-19. Do not take the easy route. Don't copy, work that you find on the internet. Acknowledge, your sources. If you copy, you will be guilty of an offense called plagiarism, which can be very, very bad because if you have, say, a doctorate or a master's degree or even a bachelor's degree, and it is found out that you use somebody's work without acknowledging, the degree can be taken away from you. It has happened to prominent people in the past. So just ensure that, when you use information, you have the courtesy, the decency, the morality to acknowledge those who produce this information. And log into your student e-learning portal. I'm sure you are familiar with that. And check if your profile, the information about you is correctly captured. Navigate through it to familiarize yourself so that you feel comfortable with using your ICT. Because particularly now that we can't meet physically, the importance of ICT has grown phenomenally. It's very important to use ICT. And we are all learning, even I'm not very good at it, but this situation has forced me, compelled me, and people of my age. We belong to the BBC generation, born before computers. But you are younger and you're cleverer with these things, so it should be easier for you. Yeah, the departments in the school, the academic programs. We have the Department of there are three departments actually. We have the Department of Economics, the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, and the Department of Social Development Studies. There are three departments, three faculties in the School of Social Sciences. So in the Department of Economics, we offer a Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics, Bachelor of Science in Economics and Statistics, BSc Econ and Statistics, and the Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Finance. Where would you be able to work? Well, in the economic ministries, in government, in the local authorities. You could work in the banks, the banking sector, You could work in think tanks. You could work in research organizations with the skills that you acquire. Further afield, you could, if you get higher degrees, you could get into the the international system, the United Nations, UNDP, they place a high accent on economics, those who have a knowledge of economics. And so this is what the department is doing, and it is growing. It is a growing department, and we are expecting to collaborate with the Economics Association of Zambia, the central bank, so forth and so on. So I think the prospects are quite favorable if you attain one of these 3 degrees: BAEC, Bachelor of Arts in Economics, Bachelor of Science in Economics and Statistics, and the Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Finance, which we offer in collaboration with the School of Business Studies. Then we have the Department of Social Development Studies, as I said earlier, and here we offer Bachelor of Social Work, BSW, Bachelor of Arts in Development Studies, Bachelor of Arts in Psychology, BA Psychology, and a program that is just about to take off, the Bachelor of Arts in Sociology. Employment after your studies. Well, our record shows that if you've done Bachelor of Social Work, you can work in the government system, in the public administration. You can also work in hospitals, the health sector, to deal with social problems. And right now, in light of this challenge, COVID-19, social work has become more important because of problems of social distancing, loneliness, so forth and so on. Bachelor of Arts in Development Studies. You can work in the government system, in the public administration. One could also work in NGOs, in areas of environmental protection. You could deal with youth unemployment and so forth and so on. Then we have Bachelor of Arts in Psychology, which is a new program. And here one could work in the health sector as in the public administration. In Bachelor of Arts in Sociology, well, here we have issues. It's a wide field. You could work in areas of water management, water security, human security, food security, so forth and so on. You become frontline agents in the development process, working to alleviate poverty, eradicate poverty, so forth and so on. The NGO sector welcomes our candidates, our graduates who have done this type of training. And then we have the Department of Political and Administrative Studies. We have the Bachelor of Public Administration program, and the graduates who come out of, who acquire this qualification will normally go into the government system, into the public administration, in the central government or in local government, you know, or they could also go in public corporations. But as the name tells you, the area of focus here is the public administration, the government. And then we have the Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of International Relations and Development. And here, this program is taken in conjunction with French and Chinese. And when you look at the title of the degree, you immediately think of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and so forth and so on. But if you say have Chinese, and Chinese investment in this country is growing phenomenally, then you could work in a Chinese enterprise, because you need language, to master of the Chinese language, to read documents, offer advice, so forth and so on. Bachelor of International Relations and Development with French. We had the outgoing French ambassador here about 3 weeks ago, and he said there is a shortage of Zambians who speak French. You know, French investment has gone up in this country. We have a new Total headquarters along Great East Road in Lusaka. And what the ambassador said is that there is a scarcity of Zambians who can work in French enterprises. And he told us that it's costly to do business in Zambia because oftentimes they have to import staff from Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and beyond, because these are bilingual. So we encourage bilingualism here. So, and obviously you can work in, if the opportunity so arises, you can work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the central government, but what is most important is the enterprises, the work in Francophone enterprises. It becomes easier for you. You have an advantage, obviously, if you apply for a job in Total as a personal assistant to the Director General and you have strong knowledge of French. Then we have the Bachelor of Local Government Administration, and this program is largely tailored. The thinking behind this program was that since we have had many new districts established since 2011, staff would be necessary to fill in administrative positions in these new entities. So personnel, you know, when you graduate here, you'd be expected to either work in the central government or in the field administration, which is local government administration. So now let me just talk about the Assistant Dean's Office, because I think it's very important for you to get to know the significance of the Office of the Assistant Dean. The Assistant Dean deals with examination issues, so that's very important for you. It's very important, you should know. The current Assistant Dean he has a very sympathetic personality, he's very welcoming, he's very understanding. So he will deal with examination issues. Then he also deals with course registration. You know, that can be difficult, you know, if you're coming into university the first time. But Mr. Jordanos Gebrebaskel is competent and he can guide you through the arduous process of course registration. Then academic counseling, he does that too. You know, at times in life we find our morale is going down, we feel demoralized, we're dispirited, we don't know what to do, we don't know what course to take, and so forth and so on. Or just things are just difficult for us. So the Assistant Dean can speak with you and in a father-like way and give you counseling. If you have having difficulties in a particular course or things are rather difficult between you and certain staff members, he can help you to overcome these problems. And then there is graduation, because each year we have a graduation ceremony, which is the high point of all the activities in the university. So, and obviously as you come in, your aim is to graduate, to be successful so that you can obtain your Bachelor of Arts degree at the end of, you know, the study period. So the Assistant Dean will look into that, you know, if say your name isn't on the list or perhaps some courses don't seem to be properly listed down, he will work with you to overcome that sort of challenge. And also, finally, he will guide you, you know, in regards to study programs. You know, this is a very brief overview that I've given. You obviously need more information. You're asking yourselves questions as I speak now, but with the passage of time, you can be in contact with the Assistant Dean, and he will be able to offer you very good, positive guidance in terms of your study programs. So basically that's the overview about the School of Social Sciences. I ought to have asked my colleagues to join me, the heads of department and the Assistant Dean. Unfortunately, they are involved in another hectic meeting. So that's why I had to assume the responsibility, the solemn responsibility, but pleasant, though solemn, to speak to you. And my final act is to reiterate to you sentiments of welcome and friendship. And I know some of you are in other schools, fraternal schools, but should you wish to rethink your position and perhaps you may want to pursue one of the programs that I've just outlined in my school, you're most welcome. The assistant dean and the heads of department will offer you every type of help to facilitate transition, should you so wish. So once again, I wish you all the best, wish you much success in your studies, and you're most welcome to Mulungushi University. Thank you.
Very well. Yeah.
Started the. You will have your live.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning and welcome to this orientation program, and particularly this segment, which deals with the School of Science, Engineering and Technology. My name is Christian Kasumo. I'm the dean, the acting dean in that school, and I'd like to take you through a few things. Of course, I'm joined by my colleagues who will introduce themselves. Perhaps they can introduce themselves so that later on, when we start chatting and talking to you, they don't have to do that.
Welcome. My name is Mukupa George. I'm the Assistant Dean in the School of Science, Engineering and Technology. I would love to say that you will see me more often in your journey, because I'm like the mediator between yourselves and the lecturers, so you will see me more often.
Okay, good morning everyone. We would like to welcome you to this school. As earlier indicated, I'm one of the lecturers from the School of SET, and my name is Monsaga. I'll be taking you in biological sciences, and I think for the first years I'll be taking you in Bio 111.
Okay, thank you very much. The School of Science, Engineering and Technology has three departments, and these are the Engineering Department, Computer Science and Information Technology, and the third department is the Department of Science and Mathematics. And each of these departments has a head of department. Now, the school runs science-based programs, but it is also the admitting school for some of the programs run by other schools. For example, the School of Medicine, the School of Agriculture. You have to pass through our school before we let you go to the schools that you want to end up in. So let me just mention that the number of academic programs that we run in these three departments that I've mentioned, these are bachelor's programs, of course, and I'm sure you are enrolled in one or so of these programs, and for now you may not, some of you may not actually have a specific program. Some of you may already have a program, but you still have to do your basic sciences, and you do them, you do the specific courses relating to the program that you want to ultimately settle for when you come into second year and going forward. Okay, so let me just mention that we have in the Department of Computer Science and IT, we have two programs. These are the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and also the Bachelor of Science in Information Technology. And I'll be talking about, careers that you might take, in these programs shortly. But for now, I just want to mention the programs. If you want to do engineering, it may be civil engineering or geomatics engineering, which is actually a component of or a type of civil engineering. There is also electrical and electronics engineering. We also have mechanical engineering. These are the traditional streams, of engineering. But there is also agricultural engineering for those that might be interested. Now, there is also a number of bachelor's programs in the Department of Science and Mathematics, and these include mathematics and statistics, physics, medical physics, chemistry, biochemistry, biology, microbiology, and lab technology. We also have a new program that will be starting this coming academic year. Not this one we've started, but next academic year. And this is a Bachelor of Science in Actuarial Science. So if for some reason you would like after your first year to go into this program, you are welcome to do so. The structure of the school is as follows. We have lecturers, we have heads of department, then we have the assistant dean, and we have the dean, and beyond the school, we have the deputy vice chancellor, and that's basically the structure. All right, so the first point of contact for you as far as your academic activities are concerned will be your lecturers, all right? So if you have any issues to do with your courses, maybe your tests and whatever, you deal with the lecturers in the particular courses that you are studying. If you need assistance beyond the lecturers, your next port of call will be your heads of department, okay? And of course, for issues to do with exams, to do with course registration, missing results, academic counseling, graduation issues, guidance on a number of issues like the study programs that you want to pursue, etc., please contact the assistant dean, okay? So the assistant dean is a very important link person between the dean and the lecturers, okay? So if there are issues, that you have pertaining to exams, pertaining to results, course registration, approvals, etc., the person to see is the assistant dean. Of course, the heads of department will also help you with course registration, and that's why I said you start with them, okay? They'll handle those matters for you, but if you have any problems, that sticky issues that you want help with, the assistant dean is always on hand to assist with regard to those matters. Now, after the assistant dean, of course, there is the dean, in the school, the dean is the head of the school, okay? And please do not confuse the dean of the school with the dean of students, okay? The dean of students deals with your temporal welfare, okay? Where you sleep if you have to be in residence, how you do this and that, how you eat and so on. Those issues are handled by the dean of students. So your temporal welfare is actually, if you like, we can also say, the housekeeping issues pertaining to your stay in the university, they are dealt with by the dean of students' office. The dean of the school deals with the academic affairs, your academic affairs in the school, okay? So please do not confuse these matters. So if you have any academic issues, that have not been handled by your lecturers, by your HOD, then you are welcome to escalate your matters to the dean's office. But again, if the dean for some reason has failed to deal with your issues, then you can take the matter further to the deputy vice chancellor, who happens to be the academic head, if you like, in the university, okay? It's very rare that you have to see the vice chancellor, the vice chancellor is not really someone you see on a daily basis, for any little thing. That's why we are there. That's why schools are there. That's why in the schools we have all these persons acting on behalf of the vice chancellor, so that the vice chancellor can concentrate on the bigger issues of running the institution, okay? So the operational matters are dealt with by the deans, in the schools, and the deans are assisted by the assistant dean and the heads of department, who are, of course, assisted by the lecturers in the various courses. Okay, so having said that, let me just mention, before I hand over to my colleagues, that, in the school, we have all these programs that I've mentioned. Some new programs are being developed and they'll come on board, and these programs, they open up a world of opportunity for you in terms of careers, okay? It is good that you have chosen, for those of you that have chosen to study with this university, particularly in the School of Science, Engineering and Technology, we are grateful that you have made this choice. And I want to assure you that there are many careers that arise, that you can actually pursue, after pursuing a science-based program, okay? And I want to mention just some of them in case, and you may be surprised, at some of the careers that are available, once you do a science-based program. You may be an industrial chemist, for example. If you do chemistry, you could be an industrial chemist, you could be a biochemist, you could be a science lab technologist, okay? And there are not many in this area in our country, okay? So the market for this field, for these types of people is still wide open, okay? There are a lot of people with diplomas, in lab technology, but if you have a degree, you can be a technologist, all right? And that is an area that is open for those that might be interested. You can be a statistician, all right, or a biostatistician, in other words, applying statistics to the life sciences, okay? You can be a botanist, all right, or an ecologist, or a conservation biologist, okay? And I'm sure my colleague, Ms. Munsaka, may speak to some of those issues. You can be an epidemiologist, looking at disease modeling, how diseases spread, like COVID-19, for example. How does it spread? How can it be controlled, mathematically or, biologically? You can do it, okay? So, these are areas that you can venture into in terms of careers. If you do mathematics, and if your interest is particularly in financial mathematics, you can actually be a financial analyst, or you can be an actuary. If you do actuarial science, for example, you can be an actuary, or you can be a statistician, all right? Because in actuarial science, there is a lot of statistics, okay? Applied statistics, of course. So there are many careers. You can be a computer scientist, like, some of our colleagues are within the school, all right? And you can also be a computer scientist working in industry, applying the knowledge you get from here in real life situations in industry, okay? You can be an IT consultant, you can be a computer hardware specialist, you can be a software developer, and so on. The list is endless, okay? You can be a mathematician like myself. I'm a mathematician, and by God's grace, I've made a career out of mathematics, and I have colleagues also in the school, that are equally mathematicians, and we are teaching mathematics. We are imparting knowledge, mathematical skills, to our students, so that they can be, they can be numerate and, literate in terms of mathematics. Okay, so there are many fields. If you do physics, you can be a physicist. You can be a medical physicist. That is now a specialized field. You can be a nuclear physicist. Okay, which has to do with issues of nuclear technology, issues to do with particle issues. Okay, you can be a systems analyst or engineer. You can be a system security expert. Okay, the list is endless. Of course, if you do engineering, you could be a civil engineer, a mechanical engineer, or an electronics or electrical engineer, or even an agricultural engineer if you do agricultural engineering. And by the way, some of these fields are also interrelated. For example, if you do mechanical engineering, you can apply it in agricultural, on the agricultural side. So it's not, they are not standalone fields, okay? There is a lot of meshing, there is a lot of interaction among these fields, okay? So really, this is just a sampling of some of the careers that you can pursue if you do a science-based program. Okay. Of course, you can also, be a doctor. If you pass through our school and you go to the School of Medicine, you can train to be a doctor. All right, or some other, type of medical person, a nurse and so on. All right. So I think I've given a bit of information on the school, the structure of the school, the programs, the departments, etc., and also some of the careers that you can pursue. And I think from me that is what I wanted to say. I'd like to just hand over now to my colleague, Mr. Mkuba, to just take you through some of the other aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean. Yeah, mine is to give you the general tips, which at first year seem to be problematic to most of the students. To begin with, I like it, Dean, that you pointed out the issue of knowing the heads of departments. So those under the science and mathematics department, you are a big group, I know, because most of you are under pre-med. So your head of department is Dr. Manika, and their lines are shared on Moodle. So Dr. Manika is your head of department. Those of you under engineering, pre-engineering, either civil, electrical, mechanical, you are under Dr. Nguira, Dr. Sereman Nguira. Those under computer science and IT, your head of department is Dr. Zimba, Dr. Aaron Zimba. So these people, make sure you know them, because they are in charge of your programs. They are in charge of your academic programs. Mine is to look at your courses. So my interest, my area of focus is to ensure that you are taking the right courses in your programs. And if you happen to write an exam, maybe one course is not there, one course is incomplete, I'll follow up that course for you to ensure that the result is retrieved from the lecturer. So my area of focus are the courses. The HOD area of focus is the academic program where you are enrolled. Also, I wish to say that at first year, normally it's like you start the program with a lot of dust, if I may put it that way. You don't know where which class is, which lecture theater. You don't know what time the Zoom lecture will begin. So my advice to you is that be interactive. Make sure you associate with others. Don't confine yourself. Make sure you associate with others so that that information that a lecturer shares is also availed to you. There are certain things that we learn from the lecturer, certain things we learn from our colleagues. So make sure you avail yourself to others. That's very important. And also be willing to share material. Don't keep books to yourself. Be willing to share course material. Some of you have the material maybe given by your secondary school teachers, you have material given from elsewhere, but make sure that you share that material with others. They may advise you if the material is relevant or not. Again, in that regard, your lecturer is your guide. Don't get a book which the lecturer has not said that you should read that book. Otherwise, you crowd your brain with a lot of irrelevant information, and at the end, you fail to get any meaningful content out of it. So your lecturer is your guide. The course content, course outline is your guide. Whatever you study should be in line with your course content, should be in line with what the lecturer is giving you. That's very important. So I've shared 2 points. One is that you should be interactive, avail yourself to others so that you get information. 2 is that let the lecturer be your guide. Read only what you are given, but you can consult other books, but it should be in line with what the lecturer has guided. Number 3, avoid competition. Avoid competition. You are here to learn, not to compete, because if you compete, you end up frustrating yourself. Instead of looking at what you are supposed to do, concentrating on your study, you'll be concentrating on what your colleague is doing. So when you write a test, for example, and you get 20%, and your colleague gets maybe 40%, that will begin to frustrate you because you are more interested on what others are doing than what you are supposed to do yourself. So avoid competition and know why you are here. Number 4 is that you should always know what works for you. We have different abilities. Others are slow learners, others are fast learners, others are good at practical courses, others are good at theory courses. Some of us are good at memorizing, others are good at doing calculations. So make sure you align yourself to a program that is in line with your strength. Don't do something because your parent wants you to do that thing. Don't engage in a program because maybe the parents have said, my child should be a doctor and nothing else. So in that regard, we have received you and we shall train you in your academic programs, but we are flexible enough to allow you to change. On your way, if you realize you're having difficulties in your line of program, you can contact my office, contact the office of the head of department. We can always change you into another program. So in terms of how you fare at first year and your academic life at first year, I will allow now my colleague, because she is your first year lecturer in biological sciences, so she will talk more now about tutorial groups, about tutors assigned to you, about how your life will be in the first few weeks and so on.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mkupa. So, like earlier indicated, you were assigned some groups, some lecture groups which you are going to be allocated to for those that haven't yet been allocated. So you're going to have 3 lecture groups. You're going to have lecture group A, you're going to have lecture group B and C. So these groups have been created with regard to your surnames. So if your surname has got a first letter from A to L, you'll be in group A, then from M to O, you'll be in group B, and from P to Z, that is going to be group C. And so all these lecture groups are going to be maintained. Remember, you'll be taking your foundation courses, which is biology, maths, physics, and chemistry. So all these are going to be maintained all through the semester. And then aside that, the lecture groups are quite large. They can have about 400 students. But then you're also going to have very small groups that are going to be called tutorials. So in a tutorial, you're going to be about 35 to 45. It's a very small group. So you realize that in a lecture group, because you're going to be a lot of you, you may not get all the attention that you need. A lot of people may want to ask questions here and there, but then you may not receive responses to your questions when you are in a large group as you may require. But then you're going to have smaller groups that are going to allow you to ask all the questions that you had during your lecture time, or rather help you understand your lectures better. So after a lecture, you're going to have a tutorial group which is going to be small, and it will not be conducted by a lecturer, but rather you're going to have a tutor that is going to take you through what you covered in class, and if you have any questions with regard to what was covered in class, you can have it clarified during the tutorials with the help from your tutors. So during every tutorial, you're going to be given what we call tutorial sheets. So tutorial sheets are going to be having questions that are going to be a summary of what was covered in class. So it's more like a checklist of what was covered. Whatever topic was covered in class, a tutorial sheet is going to be created. It will be having questions that are going to be like a knowledge check on what you've understood in class. So your ability to understand those questions highlights if you understood a particular topic or not. But then these questions are not an assignment. They are not going to require submission. They are just for your own consumption to help you understand a particular topic. And then with regard to our tutorials, we are going to be having our tutorials on Friday when we are not having other lectures. So for our lectures, we'll be having lectures from Monday to Thursday rather. So we're going to have each course. So remember, at university, we are not referring to the subjects like biology as a subject, but we refer to it as a course. And then if you want to do engineering, that is called a program. So that which we call a subject at high school is now referred to as a course. So for example, you have mathematics is referred to as a course, biology, physics, and chemistry. Each of the courses will be assigned a day. So if on Monday we say you'll be taking physics, Monday is just for physics, Tuesday may be for chemistry, Wednesday for maths, Thursday for biology. And then we're going to have Friday for all our practicals and tutorials. This is to help you have ample time in case you have any challenges with internet connection, or maybe you're trying to connect and time runs out. So a day is going to be allocated. I know you have a timetable that has been given to you, but then the new schedule that has been assigned for each course is going to be shared to us so that we are aware of everything that is going to be happening. So for all these changes, they're all going to be updated on your portal. And I know there are some WhatsApp groups that have been created. Any information that is necessary is going to be shared there also. So I've talked about the lectures and the tutorials, and then I'm also going to talk about practicals. As we may know, our study in sciences is going to be a little different from the other schools. So some people may say science-based courses are very hard, but really they ain't hard. They're actually pretty easy, only they require commitment. So you're going to be required to do more than what other students in other schools will be doing, because for example, students in the School of Business do not do any practicals. So it means you need extra time. So you already have extra time on your schedule compared to other students. So there's just more required of you than other students in school. So you know that for every science course, you need hands-on, you need practicals. Now, because you can't come to the school to have a hands-on on our practical, we have people that are going to help you do that. We call them lab technicians. So they'll be able to demonstrate the practicals, and then you'll be able to write up a report and submit. So this will be part of your continuous assessment. I'm going to explain what we mean when we talk about continuous assessment. But then for your practicals, for every practical that is going to be done, you're going to be required to submit a report. And that report is going to be part of your continuous assessment. So when you look at your course outline, there's going to be what we regard as the continuous assessment. That is what you do during the semester aside the final exam. So the final exam is only assigned 60%. Then 40% to make the 100, which is going to be the overall grade, is going to be accrued in what you cover during the semester. So if you write a test, it is going to be accrued. It is going to add up rather to your final grade, and it's just making 40%, which means your continuous assessment is also very important, because even if you got everything in your final exam, you can only get up to 60 because the other 40 is part of your continuous assessment. So the practicals are part of the continuous assessment, and you have to take them seriously. So this is how you're going to be conducting your practicals. The technicians are going to do the practical on your behalf. So they're going to conduct the practical, and videos are going to be taken and sent to you. For those that will be able to log in during the time the video will be taken, it's fine. If you have internet problems, the video is still going to be shared and you can access it whenever you have internet. So the demonstrator or the lab technician is going to conduct the practical on your behalf. Then based on your observation, you're going to be required to write a lab report or a practical report. So the technician will also guide you through on how to write a practical report. There is what we regard as scientific report writing, and we are very much aware that you do not know how to write this, or you don't really have an idea. Maybe some may have an idea, but we do not take it for granted. So we are going to take you through on how to write a report, and you'll be expected to adhere to the scientific report writing skills, and then you submit a report every week. So whenever you conduct or whenever you have a practical on a Friday, it means the following week you have to submit a report based on the observations. So every week there'll be a practical, then you submit the following week. If there are any changes, they are also going to be communicated to you. Now, we are saying that this is going to be part of the continuous assessment. So aside the practicals, you are also going to write at least 2 tests. So when we say at least 2 tests, it means that is the minimum you are going to be required to write. All this is going to be done online. So when you write a test, it is going to be part of your continuous assessment also, meaning it is very important, and so you should not miss it by any means. And then you're also going to be writing quizzes. Now, I know you're aware of the way quizzes were done at high school, where you have a panel on one side and the other one, and you compete. But like Mr. Mkupa said, there is no competition here. You're not competing with anyone. So if you ever write a quiz, you are competing with yourself. So you write a quiz with yourself. It's going to be a set of questions with limited time. Let's say you have 10 minutes and you're answering 10 questions. So you have a very small number of questions to answer within a limited time, and we call it a quiz. Not that you'll be competing with others, but it's going to be with yourself. And that will also make part of your continuous assessment. And all this is going to be uniform regardless of which program you are taking, because we are saying this is a foundation science. So every student in the science programs has to take all these courses. And for you to be able to be quoted in your second year, you have to make sure you've cleared all your courses. You have to make sure you've cleared all your courses. In an event where you fail a course, you have to repeat that course for you to be able to proceed. So you do not put courses aside, but you have to make sure you clear the courses that you are taking for every semester. And then, like, you may be aware that some programs can only take a certain number of students. It means that at some point, you may have to attain a certain grade for you to qualify for a certain program. And it is only in such a time that we are going to have cutoff points. But then your aim should be to do better every time. Imagine if you have a pilot that is flying this plane and you are there in air and the pilot only knows 60% of whatever he's supposed to know, and you develop a problem in air and the pilot only knows 60% of how to get you down. What if he knew 90%? You know that the chances of you landing are very high than someone who knows 60%. So that is why you need to make it your aim to know as much as you can for every course. And so these cutoff points are going to be changing time to time depending on the performance. But in a nutshell, we're saying you should make it your aim to do better because you have to be good at it. If you have to be a doctor, people need to have to be confident in you, so you should know so much of whatever you have to be doing. So we are literally saying at least make it an aim to do your best. You may not be perfect at it by getting 100%, but do your best to get better grades in these programs. Thank you.
Okay.
Maybe before you go, we have a few questions. I don't know if these have been addressed. When is class starting for the LS students?
Okay. To address the question of when class is starting, classes will begin on Monday, the 7th.
Yeah.
7th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Monday, 7th September, next week, Monday.
And what are the courses for pre-med students? The number and the name of the courses.
So for that one, in the first semester, in which we are, the pre-med will take 4 courses. They will take MSM 111, which is mathematics 1. They will take chemistry 111.
CHE.
They will take, that's CHE 111. It's chemistry, introductory chemistry. They will take also bio 111, which is introductory biology, and also physics 101, which is introductory physics. So 4 courses in the first semester. Then in the second semester, they will take 5. They will continue with the sciences, 4 courses, plus an ethics course. So BMG 101 will be added to the 4 courses. So first semester, you have 4 courses. Second semester, you have 5 courses. So in total, at first year, you'll be expected to do 9 courses. 4 at first semester, 5 at second semester.
Next question is an issue on the limit for Zoom, saying that there are 100 participants at a time. How will that be handled if the number is greater?
On the Zoom part, the lecturers have divided the groups in 3. Is it 3?
Yes.
There is group A, group B, group C. So you do not have to worry about the 100 as the maximum. They will even go further to divide into much smaller groups. So that one should not be an issue. For those of you under mathematics, MSM 111, your lecturers are Mr. Matindi and Mr. Edwin Moyo. Those under chemistry, your lecturer is Ms. Mbozi. Those under physics, it's Mr. Chirukusha. Those under biology, you have seen the lady beside me here.
A question on when the Zoom meeting ID will be put up in biology.
Okay, so as per timetable, the links to the meetings will be shared prior to the lecture time. So shortly before the lecture time, all the links are going to be shared for all courses. And the same is going to apply for the tutorials and the lab sessions as well.
A comment on maybe books that and lectures that's for biology as well.
Okay, so for the recommended textbooks, they're going to be indicated on the course outline, And then some soft copies also are going to be shared on Moodle for some of the books that you can use. And then for some books that you can also read up in your free time, they're also going to be indicated. But then, like Mr. Mkupa had indicated, there's going to be a course outline that is going to guide you on how far you can go or how low you can go. But then your lecturer will still guide you through on the scope of the course entirely. So the books will be shared, and if you have to use any other book aside those that have been shared, the recommendations are also going to be made.
They're saying Group A is having no classes, so does that mean they'll just start on Friday? Is the timetable slot on Friday for Group A?
Okay, so for all the courses, they're going to be assigned a particular day. So the timetable that is currently there is going to have slight changes. So for those courses that are missing, or for those lecture groups that are missing on the timetable, they are all going to be updated according to the new rescheduling that is going to take place next week.
Finally, they also want to know how the practicals will be conducted since they are not physically present.
Okay, so I'd mentioned something about the practical, and we said that for the practical sessions, we are going to have some videos taken, and our technicians are going to demonstrate the practicals for us. Then after the demonstration, so some students will be able to view while the video is running, or they may be able to view a recording of the video. Then you'll be required to submit a report at the end of the week from the observations that you see from the technicians' demonstrations. So we understand that not everyone is able to write a scientific report. So you'll be guided through on how to write a scientific report. And then for every expectation that is going to be required of you at the end of every practical, it will be indicated. So some practical sessions will have different sets of instructions. So the best thing to do is to make sure that you are either present during the running of the practical session, that is online, or you can at least view the recording, and that is going to act as a guide on what is going to be expected of you in your report that you are to submit the following week. Nonetheless, every instruction is going to be made for every practical as per schedule.
They are also asking for Madam Moses' phone number as well.
Okay, so when you go to your Moodle platform, the lecture information is going to be shared on Moodle. So when you go to chemistry, for all the courses that you have, all the courses are going to have the lecture information. So you just go to the chemistry platform and you'll be able to see her line there.
And also maybe a highlight or expansion of actuarial science and how it will run for those that are in AS.
Okay, let me say something about that. So this program is it's a bachelor's program, the Bachelor of Science in Actuarial Science. It will run like any other science program. There will be, in the first year, I think it will be Foundation Sciences, and then second year they begin to go into, specific courses, related to that particular program. So it's a 4-year program like any other, undergraduate program here, except of course engineering, which is 5 years, and medicine, which goes beyond. But I think the details will be shared along the way as as we begin to prepare for next academic year, for the commencement of this program. So I think for now that's all we can say, but it will be just like any other science-based program, except from second year onwards you will have specialized courses, pertaining to actuarial science.
Maybe I direct the passing percentage again.
Okay, the pass mark for all courses is 50%.
Maybe to even add on that one, we have to make it clear here, because we just did the selection for School of Medicine, and we wish to make it clear here that you have to put in your best. The pass mark for every course has points. So when you score 50% to 54% in a course, you will see a C on your transcript. You will see a C, and a C has 0 points. So you just clear, but with 0 points. Then from 55 to 59%, it's a C plus. You see a C plus. A C plus is 0.5 points. Then from 60 to 65, it's a B. A B is 1 point. From 66 to 75, it's a B plus, and a B plus is 1.5 points. So from 76 to 85, it's A, and A has 2 points. Then from 86 all the way to 100% is A plus, and A plus has 2.5 points. So for those of you under pre-med, what it means therefore is that you can only score a maximum of 22.5 points in one academic year. That is having A plus in the 9 courses. So when we sit down to do the seeding, we do not say this is the cutoff point or this is, it depends on the availability of spaces in the School of Medicine. If medicine say give us 100, then we get the best 100. But how do we determine the best 100? We go to your grades on your transcript, so it's a fair game. When we see a B, we count 1 point. When we see a B plus, we count 1.5. And we may just say, let's get from 22 points to 20 points going up. So those of you who are passing with C, 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 B, then you can't come and say, why have you left me? Yeah, technically, you make a decision on your own to either go or remain depending on your performance. So it's a fair game.
Yeah. Maybe just to clarify, when is the updated timetable for the other groups coming out? Is there already asking?
For the timetable, by the end of business tomorrow, is going to be updated. So there's going to be almost a reschedule for the entire timetable that we have at the moment. So it means we have to look out for the new update by 17 hours tomorrow.
And maybe to clarify that this applies only to science-based programs, okay?
Yes.
It applies in case there will be someone listening from the School of Social Sciences or someone, you know, that doesn't affect you. You must go by the timetable that has been published. But for our students in the School of Science, first-year students in the School of Science, Engineering and Technology, that's where the changes will be because of the, you know, the subdivisions of the entire group and so on. So you are the ones affected by this, and please look out for the new timetables that will be posted by the end of day tomorrow. Okay.
I think that's all the important questions that were asked. Most of them have to do with the bursaries, but English doesn't do
Exactly. Yeah.
So you can
Yeah.
just
All right.
mention that to them so that they use.
Okay, yeah, I think you are right, yeah. So for those asking or having issues to do with bursaries or you know, wanting clarification on bursaries, you are encouraged to actually contact the loans, is it student loans and the scholarships board directly, okay? So do not, we cannot provide information about bursaries as a university because that is beyond our scope, okay? So, but you are encouraged to contact the appropriate body directly. You may have to apply, and they will tell you everything else that you need to do in order to get a bursary at whatever level, whether it is 25% or 50% or 75%, or in some cases even 100%, but they will explain everything to you and make it possible for you to apply, and they'll be able to guide you in the whole of that process. Okay, so thank you very much for listening to us. We hope that the information we provided is helpful, and we hope that it eases you into the school and the programs that we are going to be running starting Monday next week. So thank you very much, and God bless you wherever you are. Thank you.
Before you leave though,
One more question?
How many
Okay.
times can you repeat a course when you fail it?
Okay.
For instance, if you have bad at math, how many times?
3 times.
Yeah. The assistant can answer that.
Yeah, the maximum number of repeats in a course is 3 times. You have to fail a course 3 times, then we will see that you are untrainable in that course. So we'll give you an alternative course.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning to all of you wherever you are, and welcome to the presentation by the School of Agriculture and Natural Resources. My name is Kavwanga Yamba Yamba. I'm Associate Professor of Animal Physiology, and I'm also the Dean of the School of Agriculture and Natural Resources. I'm joined this morning by two colleagues, the heads of department. I've got Dr. Mitulo Silengo, who is head of department of disaster management studies.
Morning.
I also have Dr. Paul Simfukwe. He will be joining us in just a moment, who is the head of the Department of Natural Resources. So I'll speak for some time, and I'll give chance to my colleagues to also say a few things. We actually have three departments. There's also supposed to be Dr. Moses Daura, who is not with us this morning. He is the head of the Department of Agriculture. I know that some of you, in terms of what you want to do, you've already made up your minds. You want to do medicine, you want to do engineering, you want to do agriculture, and so on and so on. But in my presentation, I just want you to be open-minded, because at the end of this presentation, I'm sure many of you will reconsider your choices. So don't just stick to a narrow path. Yeah, try to be as broad as possible, because life is about thinking broadly. All right. So once again, welcome to the presentation. I've got a PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to take you through. Now let me start with the structure of the school. You can see that on top there, we have the dean, and then we have got heads of departments down there who report to the dean, and then we do have academic staff who are supervised by the heads of department, and then down there we do have technicians as well, who are supervised by members of the academic staff. In the dean's office, you can see that we've got an assistant dean, and of course we've got the secretary to the dean as well. Now, the office of the assistant dean is a very, very important office in as far as administration is concerned. And many of you will be interacting with the assistant dean quite regularly. But let me just emphasize that academically, the members of the academic staff are responsible to run, those affairs, teaching, supervision when you reach your fourth year, and so on. So I know that for now I'm talking to first years, but as I mentioned earlier on, just be broad-minded, because in the second year we will welcome you to the school, so that what I'm going to talk about really are things that you will do beyond your first year. Okay, we do draw our students from the School of Science, Engineering, and Technology, and that's why we are talking to you. Yeah, so many of the problems that you may face in terms of academic problems could be assignments, tests, and so on. The first point of contact will be the academic staff, your own lecturers who are teaching those particular courses. And if an issue cannot be resolved, then it can go further to the head of department. And again, if the issue cannot be resolved, it will reach the dean's office. If I cannot resolve it at that level, then we can go higher to the deputy vice chancellor. Okay, but I do believe that we will rarely reach there. I mean, unless this particular issue is such a critical issue and needs top university management to come in. But most of the things will really be resolved between yourselves and your lecturers. Okay, so that's the structure of the school and how we work. Now, this is a school where we do applied sciences. In the first year, as I mentioned, you'll be in the school of science, engineering, and technology, where you do what we call foundation courses or basic courses. And when you join us, you get into applied sciences. But we also have two programs that lean towards the social sciences. There are also science courses within there, but they lean towards social sciences, and these are agricultural, agribusiness management and agricultural economics. Apart from theory, most courses have a component of laboratory or practical sessions, so you'll be subjected to both of these, and you also be subjected to field practice and the industrial attachment. Maybe let me just talk a little bit about agriculture and natural resources itself. You know, why agriculture and natural resources? Many of you may have a misconception. When you talk about agriculture, you know, you think about it in the negative. So I would like to clear this so that we are on the same path. Just some little background. As you know, Zambia is endowed with enormous natural resources. In fact, close to 60% of the land is arable. We have 40 to 45% of fresh water in this country. I mean, when you look at the region, the SADC region, 40 to 45% of fresh water is in this country. There is plenty of wildlife, there is a wide genetic variation among indigenous livestock species, and so on and so on. Over time, agriculture in Zambia has grown both in human capacity as well as production. With the fast-growing population, newer ways of food production are being sought. And this is why we are there as a school. This means agriculture is growing more complex, and this has implications on the environment and the health of individuals. And with this complexity, we need not emphasize the need for good practice for improved agricultural productivity, while at the same time ensuring environmental sustainability for the present as well as the future generations. So we are not just looking at ourselves who are here, but those who are coming after us. Obviously, this requires a high level of thinking to balance all this. The academic programs in the School of Agriculture and Natural Resources at our university have therefore been designed to sort of challenge your thinking. And if you are the kind of person who loves to be challenged, please consider seriously joining our programs. Okay. Now, according to global statistics, the human population will reach about 9 billion by 2050. And by that time, you can imagine, the land available for agricultural activities will shrink significantly because of the various human developments. And yet the whole of that population will need to be fed. So this will require the highest technological innovations to satisfy the nutritional demands of the population. Yeah, and hence our school, the relevance of our school. Without adequate nutrition, the human beings get affected, not only physically, but also the cognitive function is affected. And this reduces their performance. The School of Agriculture and Natural Resources at Mulungushi sits in a unique position to produce highly trained graduates who can reverse the current negative trends such as poverty and hunger. So when you come to our school, we will equip you with functional skills or work-life relevant competences. We will equip you with soft skills about critical strategic thinking. We will equip you with the skills to innovate so that you can create jobs. And I just want you to take note that wealth creation, real wealth creation is really in innovation. Okay, so now, with that background, what academic programs are on offer in the school? Currently, we have 5 undergraduate programs that are actively running. We have the Bachelor of Science in Agriculture. Okay, so this gives a general agriculture. We have a Bachelor of Science in Climatology, Bachelor of Science in Land and Water Resources Management, Bachelor of Science in Environmental Studies, and the Bachelor of Agricultural Business Management, which I referred to earlier on as just agribusiness. The school has also recently approved, actually Senate has recently approved some programs in the school. And these are the Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Economics. Then we have Bachelor of Science in Agronomy, Bachelor of Science in Natural Resources Management, Bachelor of Science in Climatology and Environmental Management, and Bachelor of Science in Hydrology and Earth System. So you can see that at the undergraduate level, we have 10 programs. 5 are actively running right now, and it is our hope that many of you will choose among those that have recently been approved. Okay, so we shall certainly welcome you to these new programs. What will you encounter in our programs? Okay, first of all of you or most of you who will join us in the second year are currently in the School of Science, Engineering and Technology. Although some of you I know are directly registered in our school, but you are taking in the first year courses from this school, Science, Engineering and Technology. And you've already heard from the School of Science, Engineering and Technology that you will do biology, chemistry, biochemistry, mathematics and physics. So these are the courses that you will take in your first year in SET. When you come to the school in the second year, one way or another, you will actually continue with these same courses, the biology, chemistry, biochemistry, mathematics and physics. Okay, so you continue with these because really this is what agriculture and natural resources are about. But these will be now taught in an applied manner rather than the basic. Okay. Those of you who love animals or plants, which is life sciences in general, by the end of your program, we shall have built capacity in you even to design your own animal or a plant of your choice using advanced scientific and or biotechnological methods. Those who love soils and water, you build capacity to find scientific solutions to the challenges regarding land and water resources. Those of you who love to play with Mother Nature, so I'm talking about issues of climate change here, the environment, you build capacity whereby you even design or develop models for early warning systems. You'll be capacitated to deal with disasters from a scientific point of view. Those of you who love business, we shall give you the best skills that you can use in your own business or providing advice to government, NGOs, and international agencies. There are many other exciting programs and activities that are in the pipeline, like aquaculture, apiculture, and so on. So there's really no limit as to what you'll be exposed to when you join our school. Let me mention that our programs can be challenging, but I can also promise you that they are continually rewarding. Why should you enroll in our programs? Well, we obviously want you to become a rare graduate with a skill of innovation. You will directly contribute to achieving sustainable development goals, number 1 and number 2, which are end poverty in all its forms everywhere. That's number 1. And end hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. That's goal number 2. So when you look at the SDGs, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, the first 2 goals, 1 and 2, as you can see, they are about issues that the School of Agriculture and Natural Resources directly deals with. We also want you to become an employer rather than be a perpetual employee. But if you choose to be an employee, there's no limit as to what careers are out there in all these fields. Okay, so consider seriously enrolling in our programs. Whatever you are thinking about now, you don't fix your mind on something. Be open-minded. So, just ending the presentation now, I just want you to invite you to come and be part of the solution. Okay, whether you're talking about livestock production, you are talking about the forest, which is nature, you are talking about crop production, you are talking about fish, okay, you are talking about the issues of irrigation, you are talking about climate change. Please come and be part of the solution and contribute to the building of this great nation through the School of Agriculture and Natural Resources. So, we welcome you once again. So, I will ask my colleagues, the heads of department, we have Dr. Silengo and Dr. Simfukwe, who may say 1 or 2 things about their programs. Okay, thank you.
Good morning once again, and just want to welcome you to our school, and in particular the Department of Natural Resources, the head of department for the Department of Natural Resources. And the programs that are in my department, I think they have already been cast there, particularly the Bachelor of Science with Land and Water Resource Management and climatology, Bachelor of Science in Climatology, which are running, and then also which, and there are also a few others which we have been recently approved by the Senate that we can run, which is the Bachelor of Science with, just look here, Climatology and Environmental Management, and then Bachelor of Science, Hydrology and Earth System Science, and then there's also Bachelor of Science in Natural Resource Management. So these have been carefully designed so that can give a larger spectrum of programs that can be offered there, and which also are targeting the needs of the country. So really, these are programs which would like you to enroll and come and interact with us. So most of you, perhaps if there are some second years who are watching, so these are the programs that you can actually come into and enroll and do. Otherwise, I think the Dean has ably introduced us to the school programs that are in our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to reiterate what the Dean of the school said, if you really think about it, if the environment is poorly managed, if your resources are poorly managed, I don't think you can think about a sustainable life. And so our school programs are designed to promote thinking of managing not only food systems, but also the natural resources that we use to produce goods and services, as well as everything that contributes to good living. So our school programs are very rich, and as the Dean said, we hope to welcome you. But basically, as he said, we expect to welcome you in the second year, and we have challenging programs, and especially we're looking for young minds that can be molded and shaped to be able to champion the management of these resources, which are very, very important for our country's development, as well as for the general living of the population of Zambia. The scope of employment opportunities, as is already mentioned, is quite wide. And I think right now everyone is talking about issues dealing with climate change. And our school deals with those issues, and how do we manage the impacts of climate change in terms of adapting or mitigating the impacts of climate change? How can we improve food production? How can we manage resources much more effectively in the context of climate change? So most of our programs are designed to answer those challenging questions which Zambia as a nation and the world as a whole is currently facing. So we look forward to welcoming you in the second year. And as the Dean said, please be open-minded. Don't just be fixed on becoming an engineer or a doctor. Imagine if everyone was an engineer or a doctor in this world. No one will produce food for us to eat. So this is why we're trying to invite you to come and join us in our school. Thank you. We can answer questions and maybe elaborate further from what the Dean has said at this point.
So the most burning question right now is, why is it that this Bachelor of Science in Environmental Studies, on the website it has communication skills, but is now considered under EDS? So which one is it? Are they supposed to take the foundation courses, or they follow the com skills, introduction to macroeconomics and ethics for their courses, or they go with EDS?
I think currently all the students coming in our school enter on the second year, so they have to do all the sciences, because this is a science-based school.
website has to be updated.
Yeah, so the website obviously has to be updated. In the second semester, they will go and they will do a BMG, which is ethics and sustainable development.
So agricultural business management is the only one that takes the other non-foundation courses.
Yes. Actually, agricultural business management, there are 3 courses that are taken from the School of Science, Engineering, Technology. There is, in the first semester, there is Bio 111, which is biomolecules and cells. There is MSM 131, which is Mathematics 1, and ICT 131, which is Introduction to Computer Science. Then the others are coming from outside science, the science school. And in the second semester, there is again 3 courses that are from science. So continue with biology, okay, molecular biology and genetics, and introduction to computer software packages and business mathematics. So at foundation level, those are the courses coming from the School of Science in that particular program.
When do they have access to a WhatsApp group for School of Agriculture, even though they are under SET?
The first years.
The first years. Yes. Okay, so much of the activity will happen within SET, much of the activity, but we can certainly create WhatsApp groups, for them to be informed about what they will expect. Especially those who are already registered within the school. We can certainly create WhatsApp groups for them because they need to be informed probably about other things in the school.
Maybe just in addition, I think since these WhatsApp groups are also course specific, so those courses, or should I say different lecturers managing those courses, they will be actually the ones in those WhatsApp groups. So for instance, we are having the ICT, biology, microeconomics, maths, and BMG. All these are going to have different WhatsApp groups for those courses. So it will depend on the different lecturers managing those courses.
Mr. Vincent would like some more information on land and water resource management. He hasn't specified what information, but he says a bit more information would be nice.
I don't know what also I can speak about in terms of someone asks generally. But
they want the courses which are offered there, or what exactly they want? Maybe, Doc, you can.
Yeah, I think in terms of the course, the land and water, really, it's, as the name entails, it's talking about management of these natural resources. Yeah, for sustainable development, for use sustainably in these natural resources. So, so that's really what it is all about. And so the students will take different courses that are going to inform them, get skills to see how they can actually manage these resources sustainably and help the country to develop. But they also can be very relevant in various natural resource-based NGOs.
I think I can add 1 or 2 things from one document. So this particular program, Land and Water Resource Management, is designed to produce graduates that are able to contribute effectively towards the judicious management of land and water resources for socio-economic development. I'm sure you agree with me that we're doing very well as a nation in that area, just managing our land and water resources. And so this program is meant to train people who can contribute to effective management of land and water resources. So the program emphasizes on the need to conserve land and water resources in the quest to improve the living standards of people in Zambia and of course the Southern African region. Yeah, as you know, without water, without land, life becomes meaningless. Yeah. Okay.
So I think that's it for land and water, other than the fact that they are part of the NS group as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would be reiterated during the afternoon session.
I think it's fine. We can end it there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So wishing you all the best, and we hope to welcome you in the second year.
School of Medicine coming up next. Now you're live.
Okay, can I start?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me on this presentation on the School of Medicine and Health Sciences, Mulungushi University School of Medicine and Health Sciences, right? That is based at the Livingstone campus. Right, my name is Gibson Sijumbila. I'm the founding dean for the medical school. Actually, I should have had one or two colleagues, maybe one of the head of the department and the assistant dean with me, but I only realized that I was invited for this presentation when I was already in Lusaka for some other business, so that's why I'm alone here. But however, I was able to scramble some information last night, and I'm ready to present something. Now, first, before I can continue, maybe I can give you a historical perspective on the establishment of the medical school under Mulungushi University. In 2013, actually, University Management, Executive University Management, received a letter from the then permanent secretary requesting Mulungushi University to come up with a medical school because the needs assessment at the time indicated that actually there were some gaps in health services deliveries, and one of the main reasons was that there was a shortage of medical doctors, right? And the issue was, of course, presented to University Council, and in 2015, Mulungushi University Council actually approved the request by the executive management to establish a medical school, and the choice of the hospital to host the medical school was the Livingstone Central Hospital at the time. And of course, the choice was made for Livingstone to host the school because of the fact that most of the facilities and expertise were already there in Livingstone. Right? And indeed, this was even attested by the speech by His Excellency, Dr. Edgar Chagwarungu, during the 5th session of the 11th National Assembly, when he actually announced that Livingstone Central Hospital was now going to be a teaching hospital for training of medical doctors. And that was followed in 2016, in December 2016, by an interministerial memorandum of understanding, all right, which was signed by the two permanent secretaries, one for the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Higher Education. And through that memorandum of understanding, the governing committee was established. Governing committee had two parts to it: Mulungushi University School of Medicine management team and hospital management, so that they could meet on a regular basis to sort out issues of mutual interest, right? And of course, arrangements are advanced in the preparation for the school. So actually, there was even a house that was allocated to Mulungushi University School of Medicine and Health Sciences for accommodating visiting professors, and the nearby compound within the hospital was cleared in readiness for construction of teaching facilities for the medical school. Right, initially we started with the 1-year program, that is the Bachelor of Medicine and the Bachelor of Surgery, MBCHB, right? And this program is a 6-year program. Oh, thank you. It's a 6-year program. Right, the first year for school leavers, what I mean by school leavers are those students who may just have completed grade 12 last year or the year before that. They have to be, their first year will be at the Great North Road campus, where they do pre-med courses, right? Those who are quoted to go into medicine, right, which is based on the performance, of course, these are the ones now that relocate to Livingstone campus, all right? And then they do their second year up to the final year, that is the 6th year, all right? Now, there's a small quota of those who are exempted from foundation courses at the Great North Road campus. Students who already have got degrees in health-related fields, they are exempted from the first year. They can go straight to the second year at Livingstone campus. But however, when we do the selection, we give you priority to students who are already with the Mulungushi University. Those are the first years. But occasionally we also get transfers that are students coming from other universities. We have had several from China, All right, we have requested to join Mulungushi University. We look at what they've done, and then we accommodated them. Most of them started second year level. All right. Now, the curriculum, the first 2 years, that is year 2 and year 3, first 2 years after coming to Livingston campus, right? Their students do the basic foundation courses for medical training. We call them basic medical sciences. And in the basic medical sciences category, there's human anatomy, human physiology, biochemistry, pathology, microbiology, pharmacology. In addition to those basic medical sciences, they are also supposed to start public health at a very early stage, okay? Then behavioral sciences and communication skills, medical ethics and clinical skills. Now, ethics is a very, very broad topic. I know in the first year they cover ethics, but medical ethics introduces another dimension, right? Then in the last 3 years of the training, year 4, 5, and 6, that's when the students do clinical sciences. In the clinical sciences, we have general surgery, internal medicine, behavioral sciences and communication skills. Internal medicine, obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics, psychiatry, forensic medicine, and medical jurisprudence. All right, sometimes it's known as forensic pathology. Medical jurisprudence, that's why we are taught as a medical doctor how to be a state witness in court. Because if lawyers realize that you are very jittery, they can actually sense blood, all right? And you can lose the case. So it's very important that medical doctors are trained on how to present cases in court, all right? And in addition, there are also surgical subspecialties, courses like ophthalmology, or popular known as eye specialists, right? ENT, dental, and so forth. Those are surgical subspecialties. So that is, of course, then there are also medical subspecialties. There's also emergency medicine and critical care medicine, public health. Actually, public health continues up to the 5th year. All right, it's only that it gets deeper with the time. Now, as I said, currently we only have one program running, right? That is MBCHB training. Now, like any medical programs, we actually have 2 regulatory bodies. Before you can start training medical doctor, biomedical scientists, and even nursing students at degree level, you need to be cleared by Higher Education Authority. And we also need to be accredited by either Health Professions Council of Zambia, but for the BSc Nursing, it's Midwifery and Nursing Council of Zambia, all right? Only when the 2 have said you can go ahead, can you start a program. So right now we have MBCHB program running, and we were accredited actually in January 2018, right? Our first intake, the other picture. Okay. That is the first intake. They are now in their 4th year. So they've started going only the wards, right? They've got 2 more years before they can graduate. So that is our first intake. I'm sorry, the picture may not be very clear, but yeah. Okay. Right, we have cleared by the 2 regulatory bodies to start the Bachelor of Science in Nursing. Now, this is the program that will be based at the town campus of Mulungushi University here in Kabwe. All right, actually, preparations are underway. There have been a bit of disruptions because of this COVID pandemic that is going on, but I'm sure any time from now, they'll start registering students for various courses. We are also planning to introduce Bachelor of Farmers this year, provided it will be cleared by HPZ and the Higher Education Authority. But so far, we have put most of the important things in place. So I'm very optimistic Bachelor of Farmers will be cleared or will be accredited to start it this year, which means the School of Medicine within Kabwe, we have two programs, Bachelor of Science Nursing and Bachelor of Farmers, right? We are also looking at introducing Bachelor. Ideally, we should have had all these programs at the same place, but the problem that we are facing is that Livingstone hasn't got enough space as things stand now until we complete our construction phase. That's why the other two programs are within Kabwe, all right? We are still in the formative stage. We are still growing. We have not yet reached the cruising altitude, but so far we have got enough academic staff to run an MBCHB program up to 4th year level. All right, okay, we are almost going to the 5th year for the first or inaugural group, right? So far we have 16 academic staff, that is full-time resident lecturers, right, within the School of Medicine, 11 non-academic staff, and we also have 8 honorary lecturers. Now, these are consultants who are working within the Livingstone Teaching Hospital. They are Ministry of Health staff, but by virtue of the qualifications and the skills that they have, right, we have also recruited them to be teaching students. That's why they are honorary. And we also have clinical tutors, 4 of them. These are postgraduate students who are doing rotations. So they are much closer actually to students than specialists. So it's very important that we have clinical tutors, especially for those students in the clinical areas, because these provide the gap. All right, we have 3 part-time lecturers and part-time technicians who are 4. So this is the staff complement in general at this point in time. All right. Remember, we have 2 more years to go before the first cycle of training for us to generate our Mulungushi University trained doctors come out. Now, student numbers, what is the current position? All right, there's a trend that I wanted to emphasize on. All right, at second year level now, year 2, we have 114. Year 3, they are 85. The ones in the clinical areas, year 4, they are 53. Right? As you can see, there's a drop in numbers with more years of training. And I think okay. Don't be scared by those good statistics. But from our experience, what this means that, or what we've noticed that a lot of students, when they come to medical school, they tend to have financial difficulties, and many of them actually have left the training, hoping to rejoin the next academic year and proceed and finish their training. So a good number of those actually we have left is because they could not actually meet the tuition demands. So it's very, very important before you get to the medical school that you ensure that you settle very well. All right? Settling very well also means that you should make a proper arrangement to your sponsors so that you are not disrupted. Of course, there are some who left the school who were excluded because they could not actually, they were just not good enough. But we have very dedicated lecturers. We try to help students as much as we can, all right? And the whole system is actually designed to accommodate even students who are slow learners, right? We divide them in small groups, assign academic mentors to each group, and we also have a student counselor. So what I've noticed that actually for most students, like what my colleagues have already alluded, there is a tendency generally to self-isolate themselves. Right? Of course, I know we are different in personalities, right? There are some learners who can complete training without any problems. But really, when you're in the medical school, you should link up with the colleagues. Revisions are much faster. Even the bulk material can be covered within 2 hours. What you can cover alone with the 4 sleepless nights, if you've got a very good tutorial group, you can do that within 4 hours or so. So it's very, very important that you are interactive. And please, if you have difficulties, lecturers are there, give them, that's why they are there. You see them, explain to them what your problem is, right? Get your issues clarified so that you can proceed, right? And okay, we have had challenges with infrastructure, but university management has been on the top of things, right? We already have one ultra-modern lecture theatre now, and there are more formal classrooms that are under construction. So hopefully, before the end of the year, we should be able to run the program without stringent measures on timetabling and so forth. All right. Okay, that's one of the facilities that we have. That is our ultra-modern lecture theatre. It can take a full capacity. At full capacity, it can accommodate 280 students. All right. By the way, that was before the COVID outbreak. I can't say anybody with the mask. Okay. No, forget about that. Okay, that was the first group. And these are some of the staff members during the Labor Day. So they are getting ready for marching and so forth. Now, in the public health, we have a unique innovation, right, known as community-based education, right? That is going to start with the new groups, right? Second year, third, actually goes to 5th year. That is where students are given the basic training, and then they are assigned to villages to go and interact with the villagers with a simple questionnaire, get the basic details. Where do they get the water from, source of income, and what type of food do they eat? After that, they compile that data, they come up with a report. The following year, from those communities where they did the survey, the following year they go to the health service that caters for that community. They get the data there again, analyze the problems that are there, write a report, and make a recommendation. All right, that is these are all part of it. Okay. Yeah, of course, we had problems with the COVID pandemic. We also have labs at medical school. What we did last time, students were in their homes. Towards the end of the semester, we got a special permission for them to come back to school, of course, observing the preventive measures, right? So in the last 2 to 3 weeks, they were just doing labs, right? They are divided in small groups. The ones that were not doing labs, maybe they are doing revisions again in small groups. So we are able to accommodate the need for labs. We hope to do so again in this coming academic year. Now, I just wanted to echo some of the sentiments that were highlighted by my colleagues rather. First and foremost, as new students, you understand yourself. Where does your meta lie? All right? Right, you are free to choose any training program. But we have had instances where this student is exceptionally very good in physics and mathematics, getting A pluses. Biology, they are good enough. But then they say they want to go and do medicine. All right? They get into the medical school, they realize the mathematics and the physics they expected is not there, all right? Then they wanted to change and get back to the School of Engineering or Science and Technology. No, when that happened, we allowed them. Of course, they have to be cleared and so forth. So understand yourself very well, okay? And the same applies to, there are certain students who are not very good in biological sciences, but maybe good in physical sciences. They want to come and do medicine, or the other way around. So sometimes you can create problems for yourself. Take your time, get the guidance from the, I'm sure we have career advisors from different schools, all right? I've already talked about the need for settling early and avoid complications with the tuition payments. Be interactive in your study groups. And most of the lecturers, nearly all of them, are willing to listen to your problems, right? We have those who are lecturers for a particular course which you may not understand very well. If you approach them, you have a problem understanding this topic. If they are busy, they can tell you when you can go there, all right? And we also have advisors. They may not have something to do with the courses, but they can guide you, all right? Create space for yourself. What I mean for recreational purposes. All right, I observed this when I was a student at the Ridgeway campus. All right. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we are different, but I'm talking on behalf of the average student. Okay. As you may know, even vehicles, there's a time when they need servicing. Computers, there are times when you need to reboot it, switch off everything. So, as a student, you should also create space for whatever you can call productive recreation. All right? It could be church activities, a scripture union, where indeed it could be playing games. All right? Well, those who may want to take 1 or 2 bottles, there's no problem with that. But I'm not saying that you should be drinking beer, no. To the extent where you are picked from a ditch by police officers and taken to the hospital. No, but you should have time when you should put away, maybe for half a day or so, all right? Play games, jogging, do this and that. There's quite a lot that you can do. And you find that on Monday, you'll be fresh, all right? That is what the advice I would give to the average student. But the rest, they would know that how they manage their time, which is very, very important. Now, finally, I also wanted to echo the sentiment of one of my colleagues. You will also complete medical training, right? If you are determined. I know the first 2 assessments, the results can be very disappointing. It's not unusual for students to have 51% for continuous assessment test, or even 60, 52, and so forth. But what matters is for you to soldier on and complete. Actually, after you've cleared the first 2 years, the last 3 years is a matter of going downhill. Right. Now, at the basic science, basic medical science level, I would say we are satisfied right now with the current complement of staff that we have. But for clinical sciences, where the first intake, right, is undergoing rotation, we are yet to get a resident physician, 1 position for a lecturer in internal medicine, and 1 position for a lecturer in gynecology or obstetrics and gynecology. But so far, we are on top of things. We are growing very well. It's a gradual process, but by mid-next year, if not this year itself, we should have 4 programs running under the School of Medicine and Health Sciences. All right? I was talking to my colleague at the University of Zambia. Currently, it seems like they have also many medical schools, nearly all medical schools in Zambia now, they have reduced the training period from 7 years to 6 years. All the public medical schools, it will be, medical training will be 6 years. After first year, students have to go to the medical school. Certain parts of our operation and interactions are still a bit rusty because of the fact that we are away from the main university, and we are still trying to put certain systems like advanced communication system, ICT, in place. You can still reach us. It's unfortunate I don't have the contact numbers of my colleagues, but anyway, the good thing is that when you come to the medical school, that's when you will be given a more detailed orientation.
Yeah, put the numbers up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
They can actually see them right now. Put 4 numbers there for school of medicine, or actually 5.
Oh, fantastic.
Heads of departments, so they can contact.
Oh, okay. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I think I needed that. All right.
So as we continue, you can proceed. I've just shared them so that they can see it in the video.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I think that's where.
Then we have a few questions.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe just to clarify, someone asked in the chat, what is the difference between pharmacy and medicine?
Pharmacy
and medicine, because someone responded to say pharmacy is where they give medicine on the window, while medicine is specialized for a specific branch after study for 7 years.
No, actually, apparently, pharmacy itself is, there are certain components that we don't know. Okay, those people who dispense, all right, that is just a branch of pharmacy. There's also industrial pharmacy. Now, the training, it involves what they call pharmaceutical chemistry, pharmaceutics, pharmacology, okay, there's a public health component, part of it. So in the process, they are also taught how to extract medicines from herbs, how to compound, purify the herbs, compound the medicines, all right, and how to package. And then they also have to understand the organic chemistry aspect of what they are dealing with. Yeah, so it's a bit much more than just giving drugs. Right? The training itself, if you are given a plant, there's a plant. Right? In this plant, there's this nice active ingredient. Can you please extract this ingredient, form tablets out of it, and then package, and then give it to the relevant authorities. So there is that process as well, production of actual drugs, right? That is also involved in pharmacy. Now, when they graduate, okay, there's an area of small sub-specialization. Others may want to go into industrial pharmacy. Others may want to go into clinical pharmacy. These are the ones that we see. Others may want to go into community pharmacy. Then there's also the element of academia. So it's actually a broad area. All right? It's actually a broad area. No?
Another question?
Yes.
Another question is, why is it that students with diplomas in medical related courses are not exempted in first year or from first year?
They are not exempted because, as I said earlier, we have regulatory authorities. All right? They come and check what is your admission criteria, what is your exemption criteria for a degree program. Now, if they come and find that we have students with a diploma, especially for MBCHB, they don't accept, right? Now, there's a small waiver for other programs. Let me select pharmacy itself when it opens, and biomedical sciences, and BSc in nursing. They tend to exempt diploma holders from the first year here. Now, depending upon the experience, they may even be exempted from the second year. Okay. Yeah, so for the MDCHP program, maybe because of the nature and the sensitivity of the program, we are not allowed to exempt diploma holders.
A question on clarification in terms of what jobs are accessible for biomedical sciences.
What jobs are
available for biomedical sciences?
What jobs are available for biomedical sciences? One could be a clinical biomedical scientist. There are also jobs that are available in the industry, milk processing plants, right? Those people who determine which bacteria should go in and what, all right? And also, like even in breweries, biomedical scientists can work there. And we also have, now they are only demand by NGOs. I'm talking about organizations like CIDES, all right, CDC. Basically, these are American-funded organizations where they go out to the community, all right, interact with the people, maybe analyze the blood samples and so forth. So many of them are employed in those places. And also, biomedical scientists can also work in, of course, some of them end up being administrators in hospitals and so forth. I can also work in areas like those who are interested. They can work in actually training, teaching in laboratories, all right? Like at our place now, the part-timers who are there, the biomedical scientists, they work in the labs. Now, those who are interested in academia, they can go on to upgrade themselves to master's level and join universities, right? And a good number of them actually, they tended to come into the School of Medicine to train as doctors, MBCHP, because they've got a degree already in medical related field. We do allow them to come and train and enroll. So the opportunities actually, there are quite a lot.
Is it mandatory that every student proceeding to 4th and 5th year take all the courses that were shown, or these are specific for each year from year 4, 5, and 6? The list that you showed, so is it that everyone takes those?
Oh, I see. Well, let me say, okay, year 4 and 5. There are 4 main clinical specialties. In year 4, what we call the junior clerkship, those are students who are new to the wards. They do general surgery, internal medicine, pediatrics, obstetrics, and gynecology, 4. And in the final year, they do the same 4, but at a higher level, because now they've graduated doctors. Now, which leaves the rest is subspecialties for year 5. So actually, there are only 4 that are done at the junior level and the senior level. The rest, because they are smaller components, they are done in the middle year, that is the 5th year.
Is it possible to change from medicine to pharmacy? And then what year can you change?
From medicine to pharmacy? It is possible. Now, after one has done the first 2 years of basic medical sciences, it becomes difficult now to tell a student to say, now you can go into pharmacy. He might as well finish MBCHB and become a doctor, then go into training in pharmacy. It's okay. Because at that point, actually, we have already crossed the difficult part. Now you are going down in training. You can see yourself as a doctor. So I don't think at that point, after the first 2 years, it is advisable to say now you can change too. But within the first 2 years, especially if they are having problems, okay, like they've probably been told to repeat here, or maybe they've been told that they are excluded, they can still request to transfer to pharmacy. There's no problem.
What happens when a student fails a course in second year?
If they
fail a course in second year, when they are done with NS, they come to Livingstone, but at the end of the year, they fail certain courses.
They fail certain courses. Well, it depends upon the combination of the courses and how many, and the grades. But this time we are a bit liberal, we are very generous, okay? We tell them the worst decision is to exclude a student, but sometimes that is inevitable. if somebody has got a disease throughout, that one we tell them from this program, we exclude from the program, from MBCHP program, we have excluded you. If you want, you can go for another course within the School of Medicine and Health Sciences. It could be nursing, right? It could be biomed, but these other more mild combinations, they either do a supplementary. If they don't fail more than 3 courses, they either do a supplement 2 supplementaries, okay? Or we can request them to repeat, right? And this time it will even be much easier because our recommendation, rather than repeating all the courses, even the ones that they are passed, we actually allow them to repeat only courses where they failed. So if somebody fails 2 courses and they are supposed to repeat the year semester, they only can do those 2 courses. The previous will say let them write even the course that they passed.
Another question is, what is the difference between an MB, CHP and an MBBS?
Actually, there's no difference. It's a question of they are all Bachelor of Surgery and Bachelor of Medicine. Now, I know from Indian subcontinent, usually they prefer MBBS. But in Zambia here, usually it's the MBCHP.
Another question is, for those that have financial difficulties, when they find the money that they can use to pay, do they resume in the year when they left off?
Well, it depends upon this at the stage at which they get the financial relief. Okay, if they had to leave the program at the beginning and maybe towards the end of their support, right? So we are more of like a baby of the University of Zambia. So, but of course we can only know after the first group graduates, they do their internship, right? And after that they go and work. But looking at our cooperation with the big institutions, it will be recognized.
I think the final question is, do you specialize in a particular field during or after 6 years? When do you decide?
Oh, that's a good question. Now, after 6 years, you are awarded a degree. That degree is the Bachelor of Medicine and the Bachelor of Surgery, right? Now, after that, one is supposed to do internship where they rotate in a busy hospital so that during that period they see all different types of cases. It's a time of apprenticeship, actually, initial apprenticeship. After that internship, in the past, there was a used to insist that one should go for rural attachment. After rural attachment, you can apply, one can apply actually to do to specialize in one of the clinical areas, right? That is the Master of Medicine. It could be in general surgery, Master of Medicine in pediatrics, Master of Medicine in internal medicine, and the Master of Medicine in obstetrics and gynecology, all right? And after that, one can also go through super specialization, right? That's now when they can say, okay, I've got a Master of Medicine in internal medicine, now I want to do cardiology, all right? They can go for super specialization so that they become cardiologists. So I would say now it's almost like after 2 years of completion, within the 2 years of completion of MBCHP, one can register for master's training. Yeah, and it also depends upon where one does the training. Within Zambia, postgraduate training for medical doctors, what was commonly offered was Master of Medicine in surgery, Master of Medicine, this and that. Now, they have also introduced something at the professional level, because Master of Science specialization, or Master of Medicine, or Master of what and Gyn, that has got a strong academic component. One can actually be enrolled as a lecturer. Now, on top of that, there's also another form of specialization that has come on the scene. These are fellowships. So the East African countries actually have come together and introduced fellowships in surgery, obs and gyn, pediatrics, internal medicine. So that is the professional, all right? After finishing, they are known as fellows of the College of Force, but they may not have actually the gravitas to work as lecturers, though they can be used as lecturers. So they are more or less parallel. So you can have somebody with a fellowship, they go to do an M.Med because they want to join the university. Right? Somebody with an M.Med may want to do a fellowship. So actually now, the specialization in training schemes are very liberal. Right? You can do that while you are working.
I think the final question is, when is biomedical science starting?
We want to introduce it this year, October, November, right? And if it doesn't come this year, then the only reason why that will be so is probably the regulatory authorities would have noticed some flaws in our preparations, and they will come and say, maybe can you get some more books in this topic? And the procurement of books can take maybe 1 or 2 months. Or you also need this equipment, and with the procurement can also buy a bit of time, can stretch the time in which we are supposed to study the program. So provided there are 2 regulatory bodies will be satisfied with what we have in place, we are starting October, November.
I think those were all the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. So we will continue this afternoon at 14.
We can thank you.
Have you already closed the chat? Maybe just a quick one on nursing. Sorry, I completely forgot about nursing. So someone has asked, what are the qualifications if one wants to be a lecturer in nursing?
What are the qualifications?
Yes, if they want to be a lecturer in nursing.
A master's degree in any of the nursing components. It could be surgical nursing, pediatric nursing, and so forth. Minimum is master's. Bachelor's can still have them as instructors.
I think that we can just thank the schools.
Sure. Go ahead.
So what a lovely day it has been, a lovely morning. We want to thank you, all our students who have joined in, and we would love to sincerely thank the schools for the love that they've shown to us, providing the necessary information that will equip us and do much better in our studies. Thank you so much, Dean, School of Medicine.
Thank you very much.
All the way from Livingstone. It shows the love, care that you have for the institution.
Appreciate
and the love for your children. I'm sure most of the students would want to be doctors. Like you said, Zambia needs more doctors and other healthy practitioners. To all the deans that they've already presented, we want to greatly thank you for the sacrifice and the staff that you came with, the supporting staff, the doctors, professors, lecturers. We want to thank you greatly. We also want to thank management, the executive management, for making it possible that this orientation could be a success. Indeed, like we said, it should be a rare university trying to be Oxford of Zambia, Oxford of Africa, or Cambridge, and other top universities. That's what Mulungushi University is looking forward to. We also want to thank our lecturer, Madam Chama, for having with us this entire morning, our ICT manager, Sir we are greatly indebted. Like we have heard, we'll start straight at 14 hours with the ICT training, but the staff from our university clinic would want to come and share with us some observations, the experiences they have had with our students. Maybe they will have 10 to 15 minutes. One of the members from the clinic will come and talk to us. So the ICT is very important, that training. Buy some more bundles so that at least you get the best out of the orientation. Once more, thank you so much. Have a wonderful lunch.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Boss.
Thank you very much, Dean. Excellent. from now. You can just begin by introducing yourself, and I'm turning on the camera now. You are live for 150 people.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. My name is Pirino Kichumseche. I'm a nurse at Mulungushi University Clinic.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jonathan Mwelo. I'm the clinical officer at Mulungushi University Clinic.
Okay, thank you. We are just here to give you a brief orientation on the services that we provide at the clinic so that when you come or when you get sick, you will know what services you will be able to access. Having said that, I'll ask Mr. Mwelo to say briefly on the outpatient services that we offer.
Okay, thank you. So when you first come to the clinic, you will be attended to by the people from the outpatient department. So the procedure is you get to file with us, you register since you guys will be new, you have to be registered with the clinic first. From there, you go into the screening room where you find either me or the other clinician there. Then if need be, if we think that what you've come with needs to be examined, or rather, we need to carry out certain investigations, we'll send you to the lab where we'll do certain investigations. And from there, you will come out to the screening room where we'll prescribe certain medications for you depending on the illness that you have. And then you will go to the nurse who will later give you the medication. The clinic is open 24/7, so you can come in at any time and find someone. But the lab usually opens from 8 hours to 16 hours. So if you come in, let's say after 16, the person will find on duty at that time. If they think that your condition requires lab investigations, you will be asked to come back the following day. Yeah, and if your condition is a bit severe and we cannot manage it at the clinic, the ambulance is always ready and we will refer you to the hospital. So preferably we refer to Kaba Central Hospital or Kaba Mine Hospital. Then we also offer male circumcision. So to all the male that have not undergone circumcision, they can always come through and will be able to deliver. Yeah. Then we also have the ENT department right there from the OPD department. If you have anything, any concerns from the, if you have any illnesses pertaining your ear, your nose, or your throat, we'll be able to attend to you right there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In addition, there are times when you get sick at night, so we work hand in hand with the Mulungushi University transport officer. You can always reach to them through the security people. Then an ambulance or any vehicle can come and pick you from the hostels and bring you at the clinic. We are not in the habit of following students in their hostels when they are sick. They need to be attended to at the clinic. Then apart from the services that is mentioned, we also offer services in the maternal child health department where we offer, in case you are pregnant, we offer antenatal bookings there. We also offer delivery services. We do conduct deliveries at the facility. And then for those that probably are family planning, you can still access family planning services at our clinic as well. Apart from that, we also do under 5 clinics in case you have a child, yeah, and they have come to visit you, we can still attend to your child as well. Yes. And then when you report for school, you are required to do medicals. I'm quite sure you've been told about the medicals. So the procedure is first to pay with accounts, and then from when you pay with accounts, you come to the clinic, we'll do the medicals, where we'll do all the lab investigations needed, and we'll certify you either to be fit or not fit to be a student of the university. Yes. What else? I think we also offer VCT services, those that want to get tested. And nowadays it's very important to get tested and know your status. Yes, and then what do I forget? I think basically that's what we offer at the clinic. And then for those, when you are coming to do your medicals, please do not hide any condition, any sickness that can be long-term or chronic that you have. We need to be aware so that we are prepared in case you get sick, either any time of the day. Thank you. I think having said that, I think that's all from the clinic sector.
Thank you so much for attending. We have a few questions coming through from the chat.
Okay.
Are there any eye facility at the clinic?
Eye facility, no. We usually refer to Kawe Mine Hospital or Kawe Central Hospital for those.
Another question has been addressed to say, do you teach pregnant people? Yes, as lecturers, we do lecture people who are pregnant, but the clinic...
We offer antenatal services, yes.
Yeah. So, but we're not encouraging, or they're not encouraging you to get pregnant?
Not at all.
Any other, I think they've asked for injections. I don't think that's necessary, but I think those are the only questions that have come through so far. So if there are no further questions in the chat, we shall switch back to the ICT training, and then we will have your student board address you after I'm done. Oh, maybe another question that has come through. Do you charge for the clinic services?
No, as all government hospitals, we do not charge for any service.
So no charges? No, they do not do abortions. Even that one I can answer. But I don't work there.
Abortions?
No, they asked. No, they don't do abortions. No, you do not pay for the medical services. Do you test for corona?
Yes, at the moment we received some kits, yes.
Is it compulsory for a health check?
Medicals, yes, are compulsory even before you get employed or anything, it's compulsory to get checked.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. Do you have any contact details that you can leave with the students so that they are able to contact you?
Yes, I can leave my line.
Alright, so we'll discuss later on, and then we shall send them over to the students later on.
Okay.
242 people watching now.
You can switch to a transition screen for now.
Okay.
Yep. This way. Muted. Good afternoon, everyone. Finally back for the last session. I'm sure you're tired of seeing my face. For the comment section today, can you please comment you are all changing your programs to computer science for second year? So just type computer science in second year, even if you registered for Bachelor of Economics. So good afternoon. I'm seeing some familiar faces. So in order to find out how much you're supposed to pay to meet the 50%, go to the main website and download the memo that has all the fees. For the people who are saying chemistry 111 is not showing, can you please clarify? Emmanuel, is it not showing on Moodle or Eduro or on the timetable? So for everyone who's typing computer science second year, I expect to see all of you next year in the Department of Computer Science. There we go. Yes, computer science for life. So today's presentation will be a brief one. So I think the first day I took you through the main systems. That was the EMI website, student information system, which was Eduro, and also the learning management system, which was Moodle. The second day we looked at basics in Word, and today the main focus is how to go about research for your assignments, and also how to scan and upload work that has been done on paper rather than it being typed. So good afternoon everyone. Welcome back. So today we're discussing ICT tools. And the last lecture we did Microsoft Word, but I want to draw your attention to some resources that you can already get started with, especially for those that are in School of Science, Engineering and Technology, simply because you probably will not take ICT 131 and ICT 132 next semester. For the rest of the groups, we shall be together this semester and next semester as well. So now the question is, where are you going to find these resources? So you'll find these resources on my YouTube channel. So on the YouTube channel, you should be able to see an overview of Moodle. So I went through two MU systems, which is Eduro and Moodle. And in that training, I discussed how you can navigate the Moodle platform, how to submit an assignment, what it will look like when you're interacting with your fellow students using the announcements forum, how to attempt a quiz, how to see your CA and your grades, and also how to send messages to myself and your fellow students. Then the other resource that you'll find on the YouTube channel is how to format a research paper. So this one goes into deeper information as opposed to the demonstration I gave yesterday. So with that one, you should be able to generate your table of content, set your heading styles, format a table, format graphics such as pictures and clip art, create your citations and references, and even set head and footnotes and other information that will help you when you're either formatting your research paper in fourth year, but also when you're doing your assignments from first to third year. Another video that you'll find on my YouTube channel is working with PowerPoints. So this will get you through the basics, how to add templates, manipulating lists, how to add graphics and tables, how to add transitions, change the design of the PowerPoint. So for those that are in SET, ideally you do not take ICT 131 and 132. So I advise that you go through these videos in detail and refer to them from time to time. But for the rest of for the group, we shall be together this semester and next semester. The final video that I recommend you watching is the one that I did on referencing and citations. So take note that the referencing style used at Mulungushi is Harvard, but I also discuss how to pull references from a separate citation manager such as Zotero, which is open source and free. So you'll find this information on my YouTube channel, so just look for Victoria Chama or follow that link and you have everything that you need. As usual, before I go any further, do you guys have any questions regarding the videos on Moodle, how to format a research paper, working with PowerPoints, or referencing and citations? So the videos are not for computer science, but this is for everyone. So if you're doing pre-med, engineering, computer science, IT, agriculture, BCom, economics, land and water, social work, purchasing and supply, education, please use these resources. Mwangala, what questions do you have on referencing and citation? So I think most of what has been discussed is clear. So just go to the YouTube channel, you'll be able to see everything. So let me briefly take you there so that you see all of the videos that I'm talking about. So on my YouTube channel, under the videos tab, you have the following videos that you can use. So we have a lecture called ICT 132 lecture, MU Systems, Moodle and Eduro. So just ignore the fact that it's meant for ICT 132. This was done last semester when we had the closure, but these already apply to your situation. Probably the only update is Zoom meetings and the timetable, but everything else is explained there. Then you also have the video on citations and references, which is lecture 11, and you also have the one in orange meant for PowerPoint, and the one for formatting a research paper, which you can also use for your assignments. So everything I demonstrated in the first day and yesterday can be found in any of these videos. So make sure you are subscribed and you like the video once you have watched. But now moving back to our discussion today, I also want to point out that not everyone has been exposed to ICT or computers earlier on. So if you have issues with regards on how to use a computer, please contact me via email so that I can be able to facilitate resources that will help you going. So you can email me at vchama@mu.se, rather vchama@mu.edu, not se.zm. And then for those that want to contact me outside academics, these are my social accounts. So you can just simply search for Victoria Chama and you should be able to find me on any of these platforms. But moving on to our discussion, we're going through researching using Google Scholar, how to retrieve references from it, and also finally scanning our handwritten work. So your main point of reference in terms of finding information should be via Google Scholar. Always turn to Google Scholar first rather than Google, and you'll see the difference once I show you the demonstration. The reason being is that Google Scholar contains verified, accredited information by fellow academicians and experts in that area, whereas Google generally will give you results based on whichever page has got the highest views or points in terms of ranking. So always go through Google Scholar, because with Google Scholar, you are sure to find work that is academically valid. So let's say you've been given an assignment, and your assignment is maybe to create or write a report on the air quality change due to COVID-19, or even the change in economy due to COVID. So maybe you are trying to make a comparison. So you have a general gist of what it is that you are trying to do in your assignment, and I'm sure most of the details of the assignment should be given to you by your lecturer. So I'm going to copy my string. So when you get to your browser, you use Google obviously to get to Google Scholar if you don't know the bookmark. So in Google, I'll search Google Scholar. The top link will provide a direct link to Google Scholar, and this is the search bar that you are then going to proceed and use for your assignment. So in our case, we are writing an assignment on the air quality change due to COVID. So you write down your query or your assignment question. Do not type the entire paragraph, but try to summarize it so that you have a better chance of getting good filtered results. So on your left, you can see that you have other filters that you can use. You can either sort by date, relevance, or can even reduce it from a time period. You can also include and exclude citations and patterns. But let's say, for instance, you wanted to read this information, changes in the US air pollution article during COVID-19 pandemic. So this will take you to the journal which it's been published into. If you're using MU network, generally you should be given access because this one has been paid for. But if you're not using MU access, or rather network, usually these ones might be disabled, meaning you have to pay. So we hope there will come a time when everyone is back in school so that they are able to access these journal articles. So once you are sure that this article contains the information that you need, you are then going to filter out information, highlight what you need, but then remember that for every work that you're going to include, especially if it's not your own, you are always going to reference it. So I'm going back to my Google Scholar page where my results came from. So this is how you get citations from Google Scholar. So you see these two speech marks right after the star. You can add this to your bookmarks or your favorites, but if you want to cite, this is the button that you click. So when you click that button, it will then generate a list of citations for you in different formats. So we have the MLA, APA, Chicago, Harvard, and Vancouver formats. So you simply copy the format that's relevant for you and what you've been asked to do. So in your case, most likely you'll be following the Harvard referencing style. So you are then going to copy your reference and then paste it under your citations or the list of references in your assignment. So I'm now going to pause here. If everyone has understood how to get citations, type citations in the chat. Anyone following? So I'm seeing a no from Musonda. Okay, we finally have citations. There we go. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, at least we have a few students that have followed. I haven't understood. Citations. One more time. Kindly repeat Google Scholar. All right.
They're all confused. They think they have to pay for it.
Oh, So Google Scholar is free. It's just a search engine for academic papers only. So Google Scholar is very, very much free. It's a search engine for academic work. Not only computer scientists will get this, everyone should get this, whether you're doing public admin, HR, business, or even medicine. Everyone should know how to cite their work. Google Scholar is very free. All right. Let's start with how to get to Google Scholar. Yes, you can use this, you can do this using a phone. Google Scholar is also available on mobile phone. All right, so let's do this one more time. Let's go back to our presentation and let's say we are trying to find out the changes in the US air pollution during COVID-19 pandemic. So this is your assignment. Let's say you're in Agric 2 and you're writing an assignment on air pollution or something. Remember, do not use Google for your references. Never use Google or any web page for that matter, unless it's the home page of a big company or something that only has that web page. But ideally, look for academic papers. So in Google, the first thing that you're going to search for is Google Scholar, which is a free resource. The first link should be Google Scholar, and the URL is scholar.google.com. If you don't want to go through the searching route, you can simply type scholar.google.com, and then in Google Scholar, this is where you are then going to present Google Scholar with your questions. So in our case, we're talking about air pollution in US. So I'll type my query in the search bar and press enter and wait for Google Scholar to give me relevant articles on that topic. So I have one exact paper which I can reference, but ideally you should have multiple references. So let me filter out my query so that I get more results. There we go. So let's say changes in US air pollution. So we have the following results that have come through, and you can read each of these results and then pick out information from them to answer your question. You can find Google Scholar on the web browser, but they also have an app. And again, it's not mandatory to download Google Scholar. So let's say you've read the first paper, you are happy with the results, and you want to add information from this paper to your assignment. So you need to cite this paper. When you're doing your citations, look for this symbol that has the double quotes or the speech marks as we know them, and you click it. This will generate a list of citations in different formats. And the format you are looking for is Harvard. And this information is already formatted for you, so you just simply highlight it by dragging your mouse, copy, and then you can paste it to your document that you are working on. So let's say this is your assignment, and you add your reference. Remember, if you're not following along, all of this is discussed and shown in the citations video on my YouTube channel, so you can go back to it anytime. So we've added one reference. Let's say you want to add more references. Let's see, we have this one here, seems relevant. If you use it, you then click the Cite button again, have the corresponding citation, and then you can simply copy it and then paste it under your list of references. So when you're done adding it to your document, your assignment, you can move along, pick another reference, read it, and then select the format you want. In our case, Harvard again. You go back to your document and then paste it there. Any questions on citations? How to get them from Google Scholar? So if you have followed this time around, type citations in the comments.
What are references?
What are references?
That's somebody's question.
That's a list of information that you've used to come up with your assignment. Okay, we have citations now. Not too clear. Tao, there's a video on my YouTube channel that will explain this in more detail for 40 minutes. Someone is asking, what is a citation? Again, this is explained in detail in the video. Does it always have to be Harvard? If no standard is given for your assignment, assume it's Harvard. Madam, what is an assignment? This is an elevated way of saying homework, but we call it assignments in university. So just consider that as work that you are given that you need to submit once you found answers for your courses. So you actually get citations and references when you are working on your assignment and not after. This should be done at the same time. You should always get your references from Google Scholar. How are you going to come up with your own?
Other sources.
Sorry?
Other sources. Books.
Oh, maybe that's not, okay.
Maybe just explain that part, that they can also use Australian Teacher Library or any other book to cite.
So the citations that you see on Google Scholar can be of different formats. They can be textbooks, they can be articles, they can be theses, they might even be web pages, they might be lab manuals. So it's dependent on what you find. But you can definitely use books, and you also have resources via Ask Your Library. I'm sure the madam from the library demonstrated this on Tuesday. The layout of an assignment will be provided by your lecturer. So this varies from lecturer to lecturer. The referencing format used at Mulungushi is Harvard, and if you're taking BCM 151, this will be explained in detail. You do not have to download Google Scholar, but when you're looking for work or answers, Google Scholar is your go-to. Citations will be made more clear if you're taking BCM 151. The citations make sure that you are not plagiarizing your work. That's what generally they are used for. It's to indicate that this is where I copied this piece of information from, to say I am not the one who said these things, but these are the people who said it, and I agree with it or disagree with it. If you want, you can type the references by one, but copying and pasting them is easier. All right, so team citations and Google Scholar understood. Let's move on to another app that you need to download. I'm so glad I didn't say that these are the last apps you're going to download. So you have one more app that you need to download, and that will be Microsoft Lens. So you can use Microsoft Lens or any other preferred PDF scanner. But for this purpose, we suggest that you use Microsoft Lens. It's free, and you can find it on any Play Store of your choice. And this is what it should look like when you look for it on the Play Store. So we have Microsoft Office Lens PDF Scanner. Any questions on referencing and citations, please look for the video on my YouTube channel, and all your questions will be answered there. Questions on formats, Mutinta, will be answered if you watch the YouTube video on citations and referencing. If you get references that are hard copy, you have to type them manually yourself in Harvard style. If you use more than one article, add everything else. What happens if you don't use Harvard? You might lose marks, depending on what your lecturer will say. Microsoft Lens is used for scanning any work that you're going to write on paper, but you still need to submit via soft copy or in PDF. If you get your references from hard copy, type them manually yourself in Harvard style. There's a standard and format that you follow with Harvard. You start with the author name, the year, the title of the book, the publication company, the edition, the page numbers, and so on. So you'll be taught the referencing format if you're taking BCM 151. Even Adobe Scanner is a good alternative. No, Grace, you do not have to download Google Scholar. You can find Microsoft Office Lens on the Google Play Store. The Harvard referencing style will be taught in your classes, so please do not miss your Zoom lectures. But anyway, moving on, let's say you've been given an assignment, let's say in mathematics. Rather than typing it in Word, you write your answers on paper. So now how are you going to go about submitting your answers that have been written on paper into PDF via Moodle? So the first thing is, of course, go to the Play Store, install Microsoft Office Lens, and then we shall get started. So Caleb is asking a question, it seems to be passing by. So Caleb, ask your question. Hopefully I'll see it passing. Microsoft Office Lens is not the same as WPS. Those are two different things. Okay, it seems my question has been answered. So once you've downloaded Office Lens, you can then now start submitting your handwritten work to Moodle. So in order to do so, you are then first going to open Microsoft Office Lens on your device. This would be your mobile phone. And then click the Start Scanning icon, which is shown on the screen in orange. So you have to make sure that Microsoft Office Lens is in document mode because you are submitting documents. And then once you are sure that you're in document mode, you can then start scanning your pages. So ideally you would want to line up your pages within the orange outline. Try to make sure you have good lighting so that everything is clear, but also make sure that you have written clearly and that your work can be read once the lecturers or tutors receive your assignments. And once you've aligned your work, you are then going to click the white capture button to capture the page. And after that, you should see that your first page has been captured. And you have been shown likewise. So this is what a preview would look like. And remember, make sure you have good lighting whenever you are taking your scanned images for assignments. Then once you are happy with that page, you can add another page by clicking the Add New button to the bottom left, and that will allow you to add page number 2. So imagine you have 4 pages. You are going to repeat this process about 4 times or more, depending on the number of pages. And once you are happy that these are all your pages for your assignment, you are then going to click the arrow indicated in our screen. And then once you are happy, you can click the Done button. There we go, thank you. So once you click the Done button, you are then presented with a menu to allow you to name your document. So depending on your instructions, your lecturer might have said name it using your student number, or you can say student number and the course, whatever format you are given, you can edit the name there. You will choose the PDF option and then save. So at this point, you are now done. You have your PDF document that you can now submit to Moodle, but it is handwritten work. Yes, when you're scanning, Samson, you are using your phone. So if everyone is clear on how to go about scanning, type scan in the chat. Scan, scan, there we go. This is where it's pointless to answer questions when they're doing this.
No. Because the Caleb guy asked a question 3 times and I can't even find it anymore.
That's if a scholar checks for plagiarism.
Google Scholar?
Yes.
So that was Caleb, yeah.
Yeah.
Google Scholar does not check for plagiarism, but Moodle does.
You should maybe just explain again what plagiarism is. That you need to rewrite text. That you cannot just go ahead and copy and paste. I think a lot of them don't understand that part.
Copying and pasting and rewriting it. It still does detect it.
But if you put it in your own words.
Oh, okay.
Rewrite it in your own words. That's the whole idea.
All right, I think scanning is straightforward. Just make sure you have a phone to use this with.
With a decent camera.
With good light and a decent camera. The IT manager suggests a decent camera.
So otherwise you still can't take.
If WPS can scan, you can go ahead and use that instead. You can use other apps to convert to PDF. This is just one way. So the question is, do you copy and paste the whole thing or you have to rewrite it? Yes, you need to rewrite anything that you're copying in your own words. so that your understanding can come through and you are not penalized for plagiarism. Plagiarism basically is copying work from someone else without accrediting that you have actually copied someone's work. If Tap Scanner Moses can scan to PDF, please use that one instead. The IT manager, which phones do you suggest with decent cameras? He says he'll get back to you on that one. My YouTube channel is just simply Victoria Chama, so just search for my name. Deborah, you have not missed any other apps. Zoom, Moodle, Office Lens is all you need for now. WPS. For scanning, I don't have it installed on my phone or PC, so I can't demonstrate using WPS. Someone has suggested using or buying a Samsung or an iPhone for a good quality camera. Musonda said an Android. Musonda is selling Android phones. All right. I think scanning is straightforward. So remember, when you scan your documents, these documents are stored on your device storage, in this case, your mobile phones. So be sure to note which folders these files will be sent to so that you can easily upload them to Moodle. So we now look at the last section, which is the help desk. This system is very, very important, and this one can be found, or rather it's not the system, but a feature found on Eduro. So on the help desk, essentially you are able to type a problem so that it is submitted to the relevant people adequately and quickly. So this is what the interface will look like, but I'll quickly demonstrate this to everyone. Can you copy someone's work and add them as reference? No. Joshua, can you specify who someone else's work is? If you mean your fellow students, no. All right, we move on to the help desk. So you can find the help desk on Eduro. So if we are together, kindly comment Eduro in the chat.
You should use a student account so that actually looks like.
Do you have student number I can use on their password?
You research for somebody.
Okay. Do not copy and paste everything for Google Scholar. Rather, use it as a reference to help guide you when answering your question.
02046.
Hold on. 2016?
02046.
Okay. Password?
You know this address.
1, 2, 3, 4? Okay. So once you're on Eduro, you are then going to type your student number and your password.
I have to pick someone.
I didn't see this. So you can find the support, help desk support to your left under your menu. So you simply click that and you have a field where you can enter a subject for your ticket. So I want someone to give me an issue to submit in the chat. What kind of problem are you facing? Let's send some ticket via the help desk.
10-second lines.
Do all assignments require references? Yes. Course registration. All right, let's go with course registration problem. Course registration problems. Results missing. So we've gone with issue of course registration for now. So we have different categories. We have academic related issues, accounts problems, ICT problems, school related problems, and the Dean of Students as well as the registrar. So in our case, we have a course registration problem. So we are going to go with course registration problem in our drop-down menu. So under the ticket information, this is where you are then going to give a description of what the problem is. So you are being advised to be as specific as possible. So can you give me a scenario of what your ticket description will look like? Under course registration problems. So all these problems that you're asking in the comments, please come to Eduro and send them via the help desk support. So we also have accounting system always down. Okay, we shall leave that in the description. Accounting system is always down. It's always down. Any other details for your description? So we shall also write unable to log in, unable to log into Moodle. So how fast is the help desk response? So your tickets come in sequentially, so they are answered as soon as they are received. So once you are done creating your ticket, remember to be as specific as possible. If you are having issues with course registration, this is where you put information such as when you paid, how much you paid, which bank you paid through, and which program you are trying to register for. And once you click create a ticket, your ticket should be created and sent. If it will allow me to. Why isn't it allowing me to submit the ticket? Not allowing me to send.
Try to log in. 1060, that's 1061, 1060, 0206.
So any other questions? You can even change your program after you've made payments. So kindly repeat on how to get to that page, no problem. So where do you go to see registered courses? Under personal information. So let's log out so that I demonstrate getting back to the page. So when you get to Eduro, you are going to enter your student number and your password, and then click login. And then to your menu on your left hand side, you should be able to see help desk support. When you click help desk support, you should be able to see the fields that you can enter. Emmanuel, you will need to contact ICT support to edit your personal info. Can they do it manually themselves?
Yes, they can update their email address and their phone number, the rest can be updated by them.
So in terms of information, you can only update email address and phone number. Things like your NRC has to be done by the IT support team. So in terms of your personal information, you can edit your email and your phone number.
It's next time. Just try it.
Anyway, they get the gist of it. If everything is understood under help desk, please comment help desk. Whether they take long to respond or not, but comment help desk. Moses, tomorrow you guys can make sure that everything required is set, that you know your timetable. Tomorrow orientation will not be running. If you want to change your personal address, you have to contact IT. All right, so if there are no questions, I'll allow the student body to address you, and then I'll come back so that I will then close off and answer some general questions that you may have. But remember, the YouTube channel, especially for those that are doing NS and engineering courses, please go through the videos because you are disadvantaged in the sense that you do not take ICT 131 and ICT 132. So there's a question by Precious on how to do the quiz. I will go through that once your student body addresses you. Moodle meetings on Zoom, I will go through Moodle as well. Valerie, where are you unable to log into? Moodle or Eduro? Sondak, thank you. Someone is asking about refunds. Why?
How did you choose the student body?
How did we choose the student body? They will answer that themselves. What of business-related courses do videos apply? Yes. Anyone registered under Mulungushi should watch those videos. Everyone should watch these videos, including second, third, and fourth years if you are watching the chat. The Moodle with the car in the background is the exact same Moodle. Caleb, what's going on? I haven't forgotten you. I can see you in the chat. Monday lessons begin, so make sure you have bought bundles on Zoom. 131 are the videos you should watch, Emmanuel. 132. All right, so I'll come back and answer your questions. Let's set up for the student body, and we shall close off shortly.
live camera up here is live. You are live. 350 people.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're the student body. We're representatives of the student body at the moment. I am the Prime Minister, but I'm currently standing in as acting Vice President. Acting President because the President and Vice are graduating. These are my fellow ministers, and they'll introduce themselves.
Okay, my name is Achewa Mula. I'm the Social, Cultural and Mobilization Minister. Basically, I am the one who is in charge of your entertainment. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Haji Limamunkonze. I'm the Local Government Minister. Yeah, I'm in charge of the student security.
Good afternoon. I'm Victor Smonga, and I'm the Health Minister, Healthy Water, Sanitation and Environment. I'm in charge of maintenance of hygiene and healthy among students.
Okay, so basically, I am the Prime Minister, which is also similar to the Secretary General. I am the one that keeps the union together. I take down the minutes and help everybody do their work and make sure everyone works accordingly and according to their specific duties. So as the student union, we're here to voice out for you what you feel cannot be voiced out. So if you're having problems, like in terms of online lessons, you can feel free to communicate with us. We have a Facebook page. It's called Mulungushi University Facebook. Wait, Mulungushi University Facebook page. Student Union, sorry. And we are 19 in the union. First years are also allowed to partake during elections when it's physical. This semester, we'll see how it goes. And yes, we are 19, free for all from 4th year to 1st year.
Would like to welcome you to Mulungushi University, even though you're not physically here, but our extraordinary services will be with you. And as Mulungushi University Student Union and management at large, we believe that every student from Mulungushi is rare. Rare means that you should be responsible, accountable, relevant, and ethical. Yes. Looking forward to meet with you guys at a mutually convenient time. Yes, and welcome you in an orderly manner. Yeah. So,
yeah. All right. Furthermore, I just want to give a big welcome to all the students, and congratulations for being enrolled at Mulungushi University, which is a very rare institution. Unfortunately, you're not here with us physically, but I was going to plan something really big for you guys in the field of entertainment. Yeah. We might do an online bash just for you guys, but yeah. Anyway, welcome and all the best.
Stay safe, take care.
I can answer a comment?
No, if you can see them, please answer. They're asking what clothes should they bring for the parties.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm seeing Chandanaki, White Celeb. Okay. My entertainment, I'm sure most of you know that I'm an entertainer, so my entertainment is free for all. Of course, not everybody is into having a party, you know, other type of entertainment is classical, you know, other type of entertainment is fashion, other type of entertainment, other types of entertainment vary. So for me, my type of entertainment ranges around everybody's needs at their particular time. We have proms where people actually get to dress, you know, or you know, dinner and what do you call it? That smart type of wear. And then we have the parties, you know, the Chandanake parties that, you know, get everybody hyped up and whatnot. Call of Duty entertainment, yeah. So it's definitely a place to be, you know. We get in line of entertainment, the union has actually gotten some really good offers in the past on the table, where we had Joe Boy. I'm sure most of you heard of Joe Boy. We had Joe Boy, Chef 187. We had a good line of artists that actually came and visited us. When was that? Last semester? Last year. Yeah, it was very memorable. So hopefully when, are you a dancer? Yes, I am a dancer. I'm sure you've seen me dance. So hopefully when we meet in person, we can have the same experiences as well.
Okay, I've seen questions about the dining. Like I said, we are 19 in the cabinet. There are three bodies. We have the executive or the judiciary, the cabinet, and what are the guys? CRST. So among the 19 students, we also have a minister of food. He's in charge of the dining. He makes sure the food is okay. He adjusts the menus according to what the students want, and he basically works with the people in the kitchen. We also have a minister of academics. So if you're having problems with online lessons, CAs, or maybe a lecturer and you're failing to get through to them, you can go through the Minister of Academics. We also have a Minister of Justice. So whenever you're in trouble, hopefully you don't partake in cheating, she's there to defend you. If you're fighting, she's there to defend you. She comes in and makes sure everybody's at peace. Yes, our Justice Minister is a female. And we also have Minister of Information. He's in charge of the Facebook page and the information that goes around the school, things to do. If you're not clear about school fees, you can communicate with him. If you're not clear about maybe the library and how things work, whatever happens in the school that's important for the students to know, the Minister of Information is there to give you the information. We also have a finance minister, so you guys pay union fees, and from those union fees, that's how we manage to conduct the activities that we do, like entertainment, maybe sell shirts, just everything that we know benefits the students is what the money goes to. We also have a minister of sports, basketball, tennis, all the trips that go out or within the country, he's there for you guys. And he teaches people how to play sports for those of you who want to learn. So each minister is given a specific duty. And basically we're just here to help you. And you will find us next semester. That will be our last semester, and hopefully some of you are going to run for seats, and maybe the female will be a president. I'm just saying, but gender equality, yes.
Do you guys get paid?
First of all, let us explain that being in the union is volunteer work. So you have to be doing it from your heart and not thinking about the money. If you think about the money, you might not even stay long, but we do get paid according to the meetings that we have, the general meetings.
Allowances, we only get allowances.
Yeah, we get allowances actually, not a salary, but just allowances.
Yes.
How was the union chosen? We had elections 2 semesters ago, last semester, yeah, we had elections. So the student populace voted us in actually. So we had campaigns, we had rallies and whatnot, yeah, till we actually got into power. So, yeah, that's basically how we got to where we are.
Basically, how the country does its elections is the same way we do our elections, maybe less confusion.
And as a comment, someone said we should repeat our names. My name is Hajili Mamungonze. I'm the Minister of Local Government. My ministry deals with student security and as well to protect the union's property. Yes.
My name is Nomsa Munkonge, Prime Minister and Acting President.
My name is Chewa Mwila, Minister of Social, Cultural and Mobilization. Yeah.
My name is Victor Smunga, Minister of Water, Health, Sanitation and Environment. Yeah.
Does anyone know if you have chess or martial arts under
sports? Martial arts, no. Chess, we do have. We also have rugby, right?
Yes, we do have.
We have rugby.
We have a rugby pitch actually, just after the football pitch. I think martial arts, the union is actually open to suggestions. If you feel martial arts is something that can actually, help you in the world of sports, you can always suggest it to the Minister of Sports related activities.
Do you have a soccer team?
Yes, we do. And we don't have a gym. We once had a gym, but we're working on it again. So currently, right now, no, we don't have a gym. You'll be able to find our numbers on the Facebook page, the Mulungushi Student Union Facebook page.
And as well as the first year WhatsApp group.
Very important questions. What are you studying? And what year are you currently doing?
I'm studying economics. I'm in 4th year. Yes.
I'm doing international relations and development studies. I'm in 4th year.
Studying civil engineering. I'm currently a 5th year student.
I'm studying economics and I'm in my 4th year now.
Any advice to the incoming students on your personal academic journey so far? Tips, advice?
Advice, guys, always study. First year might seem maybe a little bit fun. I don't know how it's gonna be because it's online, but keep to your books. No matter what you do, always make sure the first thing you put first is your books. If you want to party, make sure you've studied 1 unit, then you go party. If you wanna chill from Friday to Monday, make sure from the first Monday to Thursday, you've done everything. And take your CAs very serious because your CAs really help you. Really. And then just enjoy life, make memories, have fun. The friends you make here, you probably go with them into life and you help each other. But have fun, but put your books first. And no babies. Yeah.
I've seen a lot of questions being directed to me. So I'll suggest that you text me if you have any questions. You can find me, I think, on all social media platforms. Chewo Mwila, be it YouTube or Facebook. Yeah, you'll still be able to find me and be able to text me for all the questions that you have. And then, yeah, I think for now I won't answer anything. So you can just find out.
So you are the entertainment?
Yes, I am the entertainment.
So how are you able to balance entertainment and civil engineering at the same time?
Okay. For me, I believe I'm a creative, as they say, and I believe that balance is key in life. Like if you can't balance, they say all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, right? So I think I'm the biggest practitioner of that. Someone who practices that to the fullest. I feel if you want to have balance in your life, you have to do. Most people know me as a dancer, but at the end of the day, living in this economy that we are in Zambia, you have to at least have something that can back you up in the creative world. So if you want to do something creative, back it up with something that the society wants. So that's just how I look at things.
So are students from state allowed in extracurricular activities?
Yes, they're actually allowed. School of Science, Engineering and Technology. Yes, everybody is welcome. I think it's open for all, if I'm not mistaken. It's open for all, and it's just that this school has students who are mostly too busy to even do extracurricular activities, but mostly it's open for all, and actually more recommended that, it's good for you, it's good for your mind that you can have that physical, encounter with different people and just having the mental encounter. Yeah.
We do have DSTV. We have common rooms in every hostel, so you can watch DSTV from there. And we as students, for us to be in the student union, we have to be students. You can't be in the student union if you are not a student, and you have to be a full-time student. So yes, you'll be able to watch the Premier League. And so.
Yeah, so guys, I would advise you to put God first and be smart. I think life favors the prepared minds. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other finishers they actually want you to speak?
Oh. Yeah, so my responsibilities as a Minister of Health is to promote hygiene among students, and I work in hand with the engineers to resolve water and sanitation challenges, and also to maintain a clean environment on campus. And also I work in hand with the Mulungushi University Clinic to advocate for quality student health care. Yeah.
Yes, the Livingstone Medical Campus also has a minister. They do participate. You currently have one, Mr. Mustafa. Go with your what? Performance. Yes, for you to be in the student union, you have to keep your grades up. Well, basically in university, you have to keep your grades up. But it's important to keep your grades up.
Mask up. No, we are safe. We are safe. We had the test actually before we entered the room, so we're okay.
The next election, we are working on that because we also want to give the first years a chance, so we're still working on that. It might be this semester, it might be the next semester, but you are going to participate. Yes, there's Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Wi-Fi spots are placed in strategic positions. Of course, there are areas where you're able to sit and browse nicely, and and do your assignments, and also places that are security conscious. So there is Wi-Fi actually, and it's relatively fast, of course. You know how Wi-Fi works. During the day, then towards the night, it gets faster. So.
Yeah, I think that's all we had for you guys. If there are any issues.
Can you make a comment on how often power cuts? Do you guys know the schedule?
Power cuts in the morning up to 17, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because during lunch. In the morning around 9, by the time you're in class, power is going to cut. 17, power should be back, meaning in the evening, the whole evening you have power. Power doesn't go at night. So you're able to study. But we have gen sets for the library, the classes, and when did I leave it? Yeah, and
power
then.
only goes in the morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Power goes from 5 to 8:30.
Oh, then it's changed because last semester it was.
It's now from 5 to 8:30. The rest of the day is power.
Okay, so currently our new schedule is 5 a.m. to 8:30.
But it's been erratic.
Yes, you're allowed to leave the premises. You'll find our names on the Facebook page, Mulungushi Student Union. No, power goes from 5 a.m. to 8:30. 8:30 a.m.
So 3 hours.
Comment on what type of food is served at the dining hall?
Okay. Basically, I think we have two days of vegetarian, if I'm not mistaken. But Monday, usually the main foods that are on the menu, chicken, beef, sausage, fish. What else? That's for regular days, right?
Not all in one day.
Not all in one day. Not all in one day.
The applicable language. Mostly it's English, but you're allowed to speak whatever language that you want that allows you to express yourself better.
Not in class,
but not in class. Or unless you get permission from your lecturer, then you can express yourself in that language. But you're allowed to speak vernacular. There is hot water in the morning and basically the whole day, just depends. It's like boarding school. If you bath all of you at the same time, probably will miss out water. So if you bath strategically, there's always hot water.
Yeah, and the secret to hot water is waking up early. If you want to bath hot water, you wake up early.
No, you're not allowed to have pets.
You're not allowed to have pets. Rice is served for people who come early and people who have special diets. So people who go early, let's say in the first 30 minutes, you will be served rice like till that batch finishes. Or people who actually have they have something, let's say ulcers, they can't eat shima. So they'll need to have those special slips that only allow them to get, the medical slips that only allow them to get rice.
We vegetarians are catered for. They have, when you apply to the school, you let the school know what you can do and what you can't do. Actually, that's wrong. When doing your applications, you tell the school you're a vegetarian, if you have ulcers, and when you give them this information, they give you a card that you take to the dining, so your meal will be different from everyone else, but we also have 2 days for vegetarians.
Breakfast, what is served in breakfast?
Breakfast, we have bread, butter, jam, there's tea, black tea, and sometimes even eggs.
Okay,
boiled eggs.
I'm seeing a lot of no beans, no carpenter, but I mean, of course, there are people with special conditions who can't take the beans, but it's there as an option. You can either choose to pick it or not. But obviously there's no complete substitute, So it's either you take beans or you don't take it, and
You are not allowed to carry electrical appliances like for cooking when you're in non-self-catering. You don't cook in a non-self-catering hostel, you eat from the dining, so you can't carry a microwave, you can't carry a stove or a 2-plate cooker or a 1-plate cooker or a pressure cooker. You just can't carry it, it's not allowed. You have a penalty.
That's a good point. I think Dawn has explained the issues in terms of accommodations, in terms of which ones are allowed. So explain the types of accommodation in the sense that some are self-catering. Yes.
Oh, okay. So we have 2 types: is self-catering and residential. So when you're in self-catering, you're only eligible to apply for self-catering when you're in 3rd year and 4th year and 5th. That's if you're doing engineering. Yes. So for you guys that are in 1st year, 2nd, you can only apply for residential. So you'll be feeding from the dining. Yes.
You can carry an iron, you can carry a kettle, you can even carry a fridge, but that's not allowed to carry cooking utensils when you're in non-self-catering. An electric kettle is allowed.
And for bad behavior, you'll be taken to relevant authorities. And
for bad behavior, we have security. We have security, so that's where you go, and we are police. So they
cyber.
They put you straight, and if your case is very bad, you go to disciplinary. In disciplinary, you have the justice minister intervene for you where she can.
Yes, you can come with a car. Just for your own convenience, you can come with a car.
Mattresses are provided?
Yeah. And no drugs. No drinking in school.
Can smoke 100 meters away from them.
For us.
Yesterday they were also asking what Chivende is.
Okay.
Yes. No, we at the kitchen there's a laundry. You pay them to wash for you, and you can ask someone and you pay them, but basically you pay them to wash for you. Chivende is a place where everyone gathers to take out pressure. and it's only recommended on the weekends. But if you're underage, in the
Because you might not wake up for class the following day.
No, you don't carry your mattresses. The school provides mattresses.
How many in each room for accommodation?
Two.
2 per room, but we have new hostels that do accommodate 4 per room. Yes.
No weapons, please, no guns.
We don't do guns, tasers. No.
Home theaters allowed?
Yes. But not too loud.
If it's too loud, it will be confiscated.
TV?
No.
Bicycles?
Yes.
Yes, but at your own, you safeguard.
You can go to the girls' hostels during the day. The time limit is 23. After 23, if you are found, you and the girl will go to disciplinary. And you are capable of losing your accommodation. Yes. So you take that very serious.
23 to 06.
If you are not comfortable with using the plates in the dining hall, you can carry your own plate. I don't think that's a problem.
Are sleepovers allowed?
No.
So how much do you usually pay for laundry?
Pardon?
Laundry. How much?
Well, it depends on how full your basket is, and it's different from blankets, so it varies from 20 to, it goes on depending on the amount of clothes you put inside, but it starts like around 20.
Yeah, 20. 20, I think you can have the whole washing basket done. 20, 25, the whole washing basket. Yeah, the normal size, not very.
You are allowed to have snacks in your trunk, whatever snacks you want. You're allowed to bring food, whatever food that you want. You are just not allowed to take drugs. We do not condone or promote drugs. It's a very big thing in Mulungushi. And we do have people from DEC that come passing by. So you are really putting yourself at risk. And if you're found doing drugs, you are going to be removed from campus. So please stay away from drugs.
Is dating allowed among students? And the answer is?
Yeah.
Yes.
No. It's not.
It's not. It's not allowed.
It's not.
No, it's okay in the constructive. Space cakes, no.
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 We don't know what that is.
What's that?
They all want PlayStation and FIFA.
Okay, for the PlayStation, I think there will be tournaments that will be organized by the sports minister. Yeah, you'll be able to have those tournaments with the PlayStations. But are you carrying it as a student? I don't think it's not allowed. The minister will be able to organize PlayStations for a particular day for a tournament organized by the union, the student union.
It's a must eat from the dining. If you pay from the dining, it's not really, it's up to you because you've paid. So if you're hungry, you can. If you're not, you can miss it. We have restaurants like Disaster that also offer food, and a guest house that also offers food. So you can get food from anywhere. Yes, friends from other schools can come and visit you.
Yes, you can change the room. Provided you pass through the right channels, you have to apply and give a reason why you want to change your room and what challenges you faced in your previous room, so that things can be sorted out for the next student who will come to the room that you want to leave.
Yes, and smoking, you can smoke, but 100 meters off the hostel. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
It's 100 meters.
It's 100 meters away from the school, away from the hostel.
I also didn't know that.
You can't pick a roommate. The selection is randomly placed. So you are paired based on your first come, first served basis, basically.
We don't have a specific dress code. You dress according to how you express yourself, but please be decent, especially when you're attending your classes.
Especially Madam Victoria's classes.
Especially Madam Victoria's classes. International students, we have students from everywhere, Zimbabwe, we had one or two from Finland, but we have a lot of international students on all three campuses, the main campus, town campus, and the Livingston campus. Town campus accommodates nurses now, nurses.
Business is allowed depending on the type of business, of course. You can't be selling toxic products and call it business. There's a minister that's in charge of that, which is the Minister of Trade and Commerce. He's the one that you have to report to, or rather formally write that you want to sell something. It could be, and you have to give a very good reason. Certain people do business to pay for their school fees, you know. So it has to be a solid reason backed up with facts.
We don't have a gym, we only have a sports center, indoor sports center where you can play. That's an indoor sports center. Or like a field where you can play basketball, volleyball, and other sports. We don't have a swimming pool.
And once you're here, I urge you guys to be security conscious. If possibly, maybe you can be keeping your monies, Airtel monies or bank accounts. Yes, so that, yes.
And dress code. There's a dress code for the dining hall. Sorry, we forgot to mention. There's a dress code for the dining hall. Of course, you can't go in shorts or a vest. You will need to go with something long sleeved or short sleeved. And the bottom, you always have to be in trousers. No ripped jeans. Then shoes, I don't think they have to be open. They can be, we decided allowing recently, but back then they never used to allow open shoes. But now you can have open slippers and whatnot.
Manuel Chanda, you never ask a lady her age. But I'm young.
Kissing and hugging is not no? Okay. It's not.
No, it's allowed.
It's allowed above the age of 18. Yes.
No, we don't have locking systems in the room. We just have a key. Each of you in your room have a key, and you lock whenever you're done with your room. So basically, as the student union, we are here to make things easier for you where you feel you can express yourself. We're here to explain to you how the school works, inform you of the new activities that the school is working on, or the plans that they're planning on doing. We are here for you.
The nearby shopping mall is Kabwe Mall. Yes, it's the only shopping mall that is nearby. I think it's 22 kilometers. And it's approximately 22 kilometers from campus.
How do you get there?
How do you get down? Mode of transport, yes, you can book a taxi or you can go by the road, jump on a bus. Yes.
How much is it for a bus and how much is it for a taxi?
For a bus, it starts 15, 20, then for a taxi, it's 80 or 35. Yes.
Cinema. Well, for the cinema, it's also an issue of creating a setup. Obviously, we don't have a cinema in school, but we have the conference hall, the new lecture theater. Sorry, where we have sort of a projector setup. We actually have movie nights where there are minimal charges. Let's say 5 kwacha, 10 kwacha to enter, and we show some of the latest movies there, and you can have your movie dates and whatnot.
You clean your room.
Yes, but there are people who clean hostels and toilets and bathrooms, but you clean your own room.
Dress code for girls at the dining hall is the same as guys. Long trousers.
Banks on campus, we have FNB, Zanaco, and Indo. Yes.
One of them must be ours.
Yeah, I think they both left. I think we only have an ATM for F&B and an ATM for...
Alasma? Are still here?
No, they closed. Indo-Zambia still has an ATM.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Okay, so we currently have an ATM for Indo-Zambia and an ATM for FNB.
Church.
Yeah, Yes, please.
We do have a religious minister. He organizes the concerts and upper room, all the church events. We have different churches in school. Every religion is allowed. You're allowed to express yourself. We have upper room. We have the Catholic Church. We have the SDAs, but Christianity is really promoted in school.
We have every religion except Satanism, of course.
Yeah, except.
Yes. So I think we had a Muslim. What was that? Some time back, but I don't know if he's still with us. She left. She graduated, I think. Yeah. Mosque. No, there's no mosque.
There's no mosque. We do have a school bus, and when using your school bus, you have to have your ID so that if you want to be picked up in town or something, they need to verify.
Churches are in town also, so there are buses that come from Kali Chapel, Ebenezer. I don't know. Ebenezer. Yes. So there are some buses that come into school on Sundays every morning to pick up students who fellowship at those particular places.
The most convenient place to study, everyone varies, but the library, because it has internet, so that's very good. You can do your research very well. A lot of people study in the night. The campus is very safe. There are people studying from 19 even up to 05. You'll find somebody studying. So campus is very safe.
Okay. And for those of you that are studying economics, we've got the Mulungushi University Economics Association, and we'll inform you guys as soon as we start operating.
I think we can end it there for today, unless you have anything you want to still mention. Because these questions will never end.
There are 2 people per room, just to make that clear. 2 people per room. No squatting is allowed. If found wanting, the relevant authorities will...
Sleepovers in females? No.
Well, thank you very much, you guys. If you want to ask us more questions, you can come on the Facebook page and we'll be glad to answer all your questions. Remember, we're here for you, and it's all about your academics, and we basically have to balance both our social life and our entertainment life. So if you have any problems with academic or with accounts or with a lecturer whatsoever, please feel free to come to us when...
Is this the correct page?
Yes.
Yes.
So I can share this link for the group?
Yes.
And make sure sanitizing yourselves, masking up, and as well as observing a social distance. COVID-19 is real. Thank you.
It'll be very moderated.
Click the one.
Yes.
2.5K. Oh.
20K.
20K.
Members.
2,000. It's not 20, it's 2,000.
2,000 members.
It's not a lot.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is my audio book. Okay, turn off the audio.
Yeah, we need to go in the whatever association. Are we muted?
No, we are not muted. We are not muted.
So we finally have the IT manager who will now give us some brief information about his department.
All right, so my name is Rowan. I'm the ICT manager at Mulungushi University. I have a department
that is ready to help you guys out with any registration issues or other problems that you might have. I know accounts may be a bit slow this week because they have too many issues pending, but they will get back to you as soon as possible. I'm from the Netherlands, but I've been in Zambia since 2011. Anyway, so I have a whole department ready to help you out. So with any issues, we're always there to support you. Anyway, you're welcome to the university, and I'm going to ignore all those comments I'm seeing right now. And we wish you a very pleasant time at the university, and I think that's all we have for today.
Thank you for joining in. Remember, contact me via email. If you have any issues with Moodle registration accounts, you know how to use the help desk. So go through that process. Mr. Rowan, speak Bemba, we see. Free data. So let me explain the free data. So it's free access to the Student Information System and Moodle. So that's free access to Eduro and Moodle. My YouTube channel is Victoria Chama, so just search Victoria Chama and you should be able to find my YouTube channel. How to answer a quiz. Martin Musonda, you'll find the video on how to answer the quiz on Moodle, or rather, on YouTube. For tomorrow, you guys can relax, sit down, prepare yourselves mentally and physically, and get yourselves together for Monday. Classes start on Monday. If you want information on the quiz, Rebecca, check the video on my YouTube channel. It will take you through answering a quiz, a test, and assignment. Okay, you go to the Netherlands.
You know what?
The Netherlands is closed.
I'm just gonna show the outside so that the rest of the day you guys can look at the beautiful trees. Hereby we're ending the live stream. I can't show outside.
No orientation tomorrow.
Too bad. Doesn't work.
You attend class via Zoom or Google Meet. You can only be in school while you're once we are clear from government. If your name was spelled wrong, kindly contact ICT support by submitting a ticket through the help desk.
You're going to continue as it's free stream time here.
So for those that have been taking computer science in second year, we shall meet. So if you want to change to computer science, please, you are more than welcome. Your new timetable will be sent and updated accordingly. I think if you're in the Telegram group, you should be able to see it. For this semester, there isn't accommodation, so you shouldn't have any issues with accommodation. For those doing computer science, I urge you to learn both Java and Python. Both are very useful. What did Mr. Voss study?
Computer science.
Computer science. You have enough data, so we shouldn't go. How many people are watching currently? 200?
200, 300. I don't know where my window went for some reason. Let's see, how many we still have left? 290, oh wow.
Okay, it's a good number. So bursaries, wait for the loans to publish the list, then you should be able to find out, but please pay your 50%, even if you're waiting for a bursaries payment or update.
Yeah, I spoke to the bursar. They're saying that at the earliest next week, the bursary list will be out. Next week, Monday, or maybe during the weekend, if you're lucky.
The accounting system is always down. I'm sure it will get work. It's just that
the accounting system shows it's down when you haven't made any payment. So if your payment hasn't been posted by accounts, it will show that message. So in that case, please send me your receipt on the number that I'll post to the chat.
Hope you've got that. Still waiting for agriculture link. I am also still waiting. If you can't log into Eduro, or rather Moodles, Oscar, please send a ticket via help desk. Tomorrow we are not meeting. Today is the final day. And remember, check my YouTube channel for all the videos. Everything is there for you. Still waiting for School of Social Science link. Still waiting for School of Agric. Still waiting for School of Education. And of course, there is no link for School of Medicine. I think we can end it now.
Yeah.
I'm going to use the microphone.